quite a number. They did not go to the NDC meeting. So, as far as I'm concerned, I know he has lost some followership from what he had in 2020.
Okay.
No, I'm being sincere here.
Mr. Ladipo Johnson is responding also to you that, are you also saying he has not gained any?
No, I think he has lost a lot of his followers.
Okay.
With this,
all right, so because we're pressed for time,
from one party to the other. And I'll tell you this, whether he likes to admit it or not, with all the crises in NDC and what they're facing, he knows he can't go anywhere again. And I can bet you, wherever he is, he's regretting leaving the ADC.
Okay.
He's regretting leaving the ADC.
You are saying Peter Obi is regretting leaving the ADC?
And be the running mates to, yeah. I'm telling you this.
You are saying Peter Obi is regretting leaving the ADC? Okay.
I am telling you.
All right.
You might not say it out.
I'll leave that particular one.
It is there.
Okay. Because we're pressed for time, we just have less than 2 minutes here. Thank you so much. But before you go, I would like to also ask, if the judiciary is now seen as the real decider, of elections, what impact would that have on voter turnout and, of course, political participation in 2027? Based on what Isaac Fayose has said. I'd like to just answer in just 20 seconds, please.
Okay, yeah. So the judiciary, they played a role in our politics since 2011. The emergence of some of the governors in opposition started with the judiciary aiding. Case study of Edo State, Osun State, and Ondo State. And over time, we've seen politicians or each government trying to take a hold of the judiciary. We saw the Gestapo approach the APC exhibited, or what they did from 2015 to 2019. We saw arrests of some judges. We saw intimidation of, and the influx of their own people. I'm sorry to say, but I mean, ideally, I don't think the present CJN would be there if other players were there, if some people had not been muscled out of the system or prosecuted or persecuted, like we would say. So that is there. But I think the voice of the people is very, very, very vital in things. A popular candidate would be very hard for them to read a popular candidate.
Okay, all right.
Waziri Abubakar is a popular candidate.
Okay.
And I know this time around,
thank you so much.
If he wins the popular election,
all right,
it is going to be hard for the judiciary to take that from me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that particular concluding thought. Mr. Ladi, let me just bring it to you so you can also wrap up. Now, if Isaac Fayose is saying that it is no longer democracy, in Nigeria, but it is now, government of the court, by the court, for the court, and all of that. So, what's your final take as regards to this? In just 20 seconds, please.
Well, in 20 seconds, I believe that it is unfortunate that people do not have confidence in the judiciary at the moment. But as we said, and as he said, we need a popular candidate to lead the people, to bring out those who are asleep. And that team is the Obi Kwankwaso team. I know there's a serial contestant. And that serial contestant, Atiku Abubakar Waziri, much as I like him, doesn't have what it takes. People say, when I talk to them, they say, oh, it's much of the same. It will not inspire people.
He just said that Obi is, regretting leaving.
No. I like him. He has a sense of humor. He's a good man.
Okay.
Obi is not regretting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ladipo Johnson, for being part of the program. It's so painful that we can't go beyond this particular point. Yeah, we had joining us, Mr. Ladipo Johnson, NDC chieftain and senatorial candidate of Lagos Central, and of course, joining us virtually, Dr. Mbolaji Ogbamola, a social and political analyst, and of course, a chieftain of the ADC. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the program. Coming up next is Locker Room with Love Water Football. I'd like to stay put to enjoy that particular one from my team. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Voptv.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka.
Well, the World Cup final is upon us. Argentina against Spain. Of course, it was a very big one last night where Argentina actually turned down the tide after falling one goal behind in the tie. A lot of people were expecting them to actually lose to that very physical England side, showing the quality that they have all through the pitch, from Real Madrid players to Bayern Munich to the newly acquired Manchester City player, and of course not forgetting Declan Rice, how they've turned up all through the tournament, winning games, and their coach being an expert in championship competition, talking about none other than Thomas Tuchel. Of course, it was expected that England would go all the way to pick that particular ticket heading to New York in the final, but unfortunately, they'll be going to Miami to join France for the bronze medal match. We also look at a very interesting story coming out all the way from Turkey. Victor Osimhen will be the new captain going on to next season as a former captain, talking about none other than Italian forward Mario Icardi officially leaves the club. All this and more we're looking at this episode of The Locker Room. Mikechuku Agu. And of course, I'm not alone. Never done it alone. Of course, I'll be doing it alongside Jerry, who is in the mood to actually let us understand what really happened yesterday. And of course, we'll look at other conversations. Jerry, good evening and welcome to The Locker Room.
Yes, good evening, Mikechuku. Good evening, viewers. I said it yesterday, you cannot bet against Lionel Messi, Argentina. It's pretty difficult. I don't know. Everything works together for good for that man. Somehow, some things will just turn around together and make things just work out for Lionel Messi. England was looking like they were going to coast home or at least take it to penalties, but somehow Messi struck 2 assists, 8 goals so far, man of the match performance, most valuable player of the tournament performance.
Absolutely.
What else do you expect from a man who actually wants to win the trophy? That's what you get. That's Lionel Messi.
Absolutely. At 39, he's still doing it and living a life. A lot of conversation we'll definitely be exploring because a lot of reaction came out after that particular match. Even the Ballon d'Or conversation also popped up. Will Lionel Messi pick his 9th Ballon d'Or should Argentina win the World Cup back-to-back? A lot of persons have actually, lots of conspiracy theory has been flying around about, how it's been designed, before now, as far back as 2021, that Lionel Messi is going to pick up 2 World Cup before he retires. We'll definitely look at all of these conversations today, and that's why we're here. But we'll be starting from the one that concerns Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen, as he eventually going to become the next captain of Galatasaray. And this man here on your screen is a man who is heavily loved right there, in Turkey, in Galatasaray. But my question here, Jerry, is this. Victor Osimhen is being offered the very best of gifts to actually stay put right there in Galatasaray. But for me, I really think this man is way bigger than, playing right there in Turkey. But then they're handling him, the number 1 leadership position of the club at this point to actually keep him. Should Victor Osimhen stay put? Or should he look forward for, bigger challenge elsewhere?
Yeah, I think I want to borrow the last words of Coach Erichel when everyone was asking why was Osimhen not on the lineup for the friendly games. And of course, he said that he's actually chasing a transfer. And he has returned back to Galatasaray, meaning that he's part of the plans for this season, except something changes for him. But so far, so good. He's still at Galatasaray, and he's waiting for anything to happen. Yes, we've heard about Paris Saint-Germain. I also heard about Barcelona, meaning that if Julian Alvarez doesn't join Barcelona, they will have to go for Victor Osimhen as a likely option. And if you ask me, I think he has paid his dues at Galatasaray, winning back-to-back league titles, breaking the record for most goals scored in a single season by an African player. Last season, doing very well for Galatasaray in the UEFA Champions League. So I think there's nothing to prove again in Turkey as far as I'm concerned. Yes, he's just sitting and waiting for that deal that will turn things around. Because if you ask me, he's making all the money in Turkey. He has all the fame, the trophies at his beck and call. And Galatasaray doesn't look like a team that win the UEFA Champions League. So if he wants to compete for the UEFA Champions League, if he wants to compete for the Ballon d'Or, he has to leave Galatasaray. That is how it is. And age is definitely not on the side. If he doesn't move this summer and he enters next season, he'll be looking 30 anytime soon. So that will make things even more difficult for him.
But should he move? I mean, I
think he's waiting for the move. It's just that the move has not happened. The move that will really make it possible has not happened because his money is not cheap. I think it's £40 million or £60 million. Osimhen by now would have made the move, but it's not going to come cheap for any club side.
So let's look at Osimhen now. Potentially, if we look at Osimhen's transfer, what's going to be the valuation?
Yeah, the club has already put a valuation of 120 million euros. That's about about 87 million pounds to 90 million pounds. And if you look at the transfer window, how many clubs can afford that kind of money? Even Barcelona, we have just talked about, are not that financially buoyant. And I think I heard they've recently had to take a loan of about 200 million pounds over to at least try and see if they can get players in. So if they're going to make any transfer move, it will have to be well justified. And would they be willing to take as much as 90 million pounds out of that money just to get Victor Osimhen? What value is Victor Osimhen going to give to them? That is why they're going for a Julian Alvarez, for instance. But with that being said, then look at other club side. We've heard about Real Madrid, but Real Madrid has not shown any major intent on bringing Victor Osimhen. Then we've heard about Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain is quite comfortable attack-wise. They can still sit with the players they used to win the Champions League back-to-back. So it's pretty difficult situation for him. Had they been other clubs side like maybe Manchester United make the move, and Manchester United too, they're looking like they don't want to spend that much money. Look at how they backed out of Tonali's move. So it shows that the clubs that can get Victor Osimhen for that price valuation are very, very few.
But it's all about the quality that you actually bring. You actually said that. I mean, Victor Osimhen is an elite player, so he's expected to actually play in an elite team. I mean, he played for Napoli, same club that Kavicha Kvaratskhelia actually also played before he moved on to PSG. We expect Victor Osimhen to also follow that ladder up to the next level. And if Barcelona can spend as much as that for Antonio Gordon, who is here to actually imprint his name in global football. Victor Osimhen has ranked as high as 8 Ballon d'Or, when he actually won the Scudetto for Napoli. So if they can cough out that huge sum for Antonio Gordon, I think it should not be too much, knowing that Roberto Lewandowski is gonna. If they're actually chasing, Julian Alvarez, let's also look at Chelsea, right? I mean, when Alonso came on board, one of the two players he actually spotted as his priority signings were Diomande and Victor Osimhen. So I don't think 80 million should be too much for Victor Osimhen by any means, except the clubs are actually not really seeing the value in his quality.
I will always say that the fact that Victor Osimhen represents himself is a major obstacle. That is why he's not being talked about in the major rooms where the big decisions and the big discussions are made. That is the edge and Anthony Gordon has over Victor Osimhen. And until he has a good management setup, I'm talking about a good agent. A lot of agents in Europe who will not swing you. Yeah, if you're not greedy, you want to get everything to yourself. He should have a very good agent that would have made him leave Galatasaray as much as last season when they talk about whether he was going back to Galatasaray after the loan deal expired. So that is the reason why Victor Osimhen is still in Galatasaray right now. And no big club has really made a decision. Because take a look at 80 million pounds for Gordon. Yes, actually, I was even surprised. You would even ask the question, why did they not instead keep Marcus Rashford? They looked at it and said, okay, look at Marcus Rashford. Age is not on his side. Yes, he's a pretty decent player. Let's get a younger Gordon. And of course, Gordon has a good management that is really speaking on his behalf. They would be able to talk to the club he played for before he made the move to Barcelona. And there will be some bit of discussions. At the end of the day, you see that there will be no loopholes. There will be no room for even Barcelona to have a rethink, because there's somebody putting in words on behalf of Gordon in the ears of the scouts, the management of Barcelona, saying this deal is possible. Yes, you're interested. Let's close it. There are some things that agent does that the footballer cannot do. Yes, the footballer cannot start calling the management of Barcelona and say, oh, I heard you are interested in my player. What is going on? Is there any bottleneck? You go back to his club side, try and iron out one or two things and say, what's the reason why this deal is not going? The players can't do that. They don't have that. It's not proper for the player to be the one adjusting and making, trying to make the move happen. I'm trying to use the word sway the team to appeal to them. Okay, this player is actually good. Try to convince them. You have to do the extra. You have to do extra. It doesn't because you're a good player and that's it. Good players without the good management will remain in one place and they will not excel. They will not even get all the necessary attention that they need to make that big move that will change their football career.
It's really so sad. I mean, seeing Victor Osimhen, at this point in time where it's very much his prime, still, listen is good for Galatasaray. I mean, no disrespect to Galatasaray, but I think Victor Osimhen really belonged to a bigger water. But then, away from that, let's look at the drama that went on last night where Lionel Messi's masterclass actually ended England's run. I mean, England's wait, actually, 66 years, England's waited for this moment to actually get to the World Cup final. But unfortunately, Messi said no. After a very low-key, cagey first half, the second half burst into life in 55th minute when Anthony Gordon smashed the Three Lions ahead after being picked out by Morgan Rogers' pinpoint delivery. Argentina turned the screw after falling behind, and McAllister saw a pinpoint header saved by Pickford, but Argentina got themselves level in the 85th minute when Enzo Fernandez, who had just seen his shot tipped over the crossbar, picked out the bottom left corner with a brilliant finish from distance. However, there was to be more drama in that particular game. Late drama, if you may. Of course, Messi was once again the architect. This time around, crossing for Lautaro Martinez to head home and complete the dramatic night, of course, for Argentina. It was a huge, drama for them, and it turned around the tide for Scaloni's side at the World Cup. And Argentina will feel they are deserved victories. And of course, given the registered expected game goal in that particular game, Argentina were expected to actually get more than 2 goals in that particular tie. But Jerry, let's look at that very tie. First of all, right, you look at the setup of the two sides. Argentina came into that particular game and without the man who seemed to be their own version of Rodri in person of none other than Rodrigo de Paul. And then in his place was, the man who never really saw minutes in this particular tournament. Aside, I think that last game against Jordan, the person of Simeone's, that very young lad. He came into that particular game and it was all energy until very much in the second half where Rodrigo de Paul came in. And for me, right, what I saw was not an Argentina victory. I saw an England loss because England was, positioned to actually win that particular game even after scoring the goal, and then something, went wrong. Exactly, Jerry, tell me exactly your assessment of that game.
Yeah, it was a game of two teams that had a different culture and have a different playing patterns. And this, it's been amazing that these two sides have never met, didn't meet for a very long time since Lionel Messi was the theme for this Argentine side. And of course, he reached history among the two sides. The first half showed that the two teams didn't actually press each other. They were just sizing each other or trying to understand what pattern this other team was bringing to play. And they succeeded in frustrating Messi in the first 45 minutes of that game. And they lost the script in the second half. Immediately they scored the goal. They forgot the game plan. Yes, the players started doing something different, trying to contain the 1-0 result, leaving the game plan to make sure that they frustrate Messi. I think I saw a tired Jet Spence. If you take a look at that cross from Lionel Messi, 2 players were on him. And Jet Spence didn't really show grit. He was already tired. And that is not what I expected from a side that have seen Argentina spring up surprises at the 80th minute of each game. Yes, we've seen Argentina leave it late to come back. So that means for the 80th minute, the plan you have for the first 45 minutes is different. It should be different for the plan you have for 80 minutes. When you've already scored, you now know that, yes, this is the time for me to come out with the plan I have for the 70th minute or when I score eventually. If it's a Jose Mourinho, I think Argentina would be in the third place match right now. They'll be thinking about the third place match on Saturday, playing against France. But unfortunately, Thomas Tuchel, I don't know, even from the selection process, everybody had issues with it. A lot of inexperienced players playing in that defensive lineup. For the first time, most of them going to the World Cup. Jet Spence, his first World Cup. Gueye, his first World Cup. And I'm trying to remember the fullback. Konsa, his first World Cup. even the left back, O'Reilly, his first World Cup. Yes. So a lot of inexperienced players in the back line.
Even the midfield, Elliot Anderson.
Yeah, so you don't go with that kind of back line and expect to outwit an Argentine side. Look at Argentina. They have a lot of veterans in that team. Even the likes of the Manchester United man, Martinez man.
Manchester United, Lisandro Martinez.
Lisandro Martinez.
Yeah, they have too many Martinez in that team.
So look at those are OGs.
Yeah.
Messi still there. You still have
Rodrigo De Paul, McAllister,
Dana and Co. So even
McAllister,
these are OGs already. You know, that is what just counted against England. A lot of inexperience in that team. And Thomas Tuchel actually did not do them very well in terms of trying to blood in players directly, because I think for me, the selection showed much ego on the part of Thomas Tuchel. He wanted to be the man that made all the decisions, everything run through me. I don't care what you think. And of course, the English FA has shown support and shown support behind him just because he went to the final. I think a Gareth Southgate would have been able to win this one. Yes, he would have brought in some bit of experienced players into that squad. They had a Jordan Edison who picked up a very unscrupulous injury outside the play, which is really rather unfortunate for the side. And Messi, yes. How do you stop Messi? Yes, you have to be 200% good for 90 minutes. You don't, if you snooze, you will lose. That's how bad, that's how difficult it is to play on the Argentine side. And of course, I hope that Spain has what it takes. Yes, Spain has the quality. With what they did to France, their hold-up play, very good, very fantastic. But the mentality of that Spanish side against Argentina, I think I'll leave it to when we discuss the final, talk about the final. But pure masterclass from Scaloni. Let's not forget, Scaloni was actually an analyst under Sampaoli. He was not naturally a coach.
I mean,
he just took his first major coaching job was this Argentine team.
It's even sad, right? It's even sad that when he actually got the job, right, the greatest Argentine player at the time, Diego Armando Maradona, actually came into the media and said, "This man," he laughed it off and said, "This man cannot even control. He cannot even control traffic." That's exactly how he said it.
He said it was a joke.
And now we are at the brink of him getting back-to-back, World Cup after getting back-to-back.
You can see he was emotional when Messi.
Come on, man.
When Messi made that assist, he was close to tears. He was even crying, not close to tears.
So 40 years ago, we saw, the hand of God and the leg of God, right? But last night we saw two beautiful, one right leg of God and the other left leg of God. I mean, it's just Maradona did the double against Argentina, 2 goals. Messi did the double again, 2 assists, and moved his assists to 4 for the competition behind Olise, who is actually top assist provider, 5, and maybe he might actually get some minutes and then put one in the third place match. Who knows? But I mean, let's go to the reactions of the game that we actually saw last night. A couple of reactions. People have been talking. Some of the players have been talking. The coaches also have been talking. Like you also rightly said, Thomas Tuchel has actually been handed till 2028 to become the coach of the Three Lions. I think for me, it's quite beautiful. Yes, the players are actually young. A lot of them, this is their very first experience at the highest level. So you definitely want to believe that they'll cave under pressure. But that's exactly what happened. Maybe the Three Lions, the FA of England is actually looking at him as a manager who they can really trust for the long run. If you can actually put these guys together, then definitely they might actually be getting to, pick up major titles come maybe the next Euros or even the next World Cup. And you also need to look at, something quite interesting, knowing that the manager himself, maybe the part of the condition they gave him to become the manager or stay on the job till, to get an extended contract is the fact that he should be expected to get as much as, to the semi-finals. Maybe that's exactly the lowest bar they created for him. So perhaps maybe he's actually met it, and that's exactly why they extended his contract. But let's start from, the quote from Lionel Messi where he was actually talking about, no one actually gave them a chance to actually go all the way. People have been talking about, this particular one. I mean, Jerry, lots of talks about, this young man, Lionel Messi. Well, I call him a young man now. But then, he was talking about no one actually gave them a chance. And people actually said a lot of things. But these words that were said to Argentina, talk about them, people talk about, how they've been favored and, unnecessarily all through the tournament, it didn't somehow get to them. I mean, according to Lionel Messi, it did really, inspire them instead. And that's exactly why, we are here today. I mean, a lot of teams would have actually found a way to actually want to actually change their style because of what people have been saying. But it says a lot about the mentality of the Argentines, Jerry.
Yeah, the Argentines are a very interesting set of people. And somehow, I don't know, they find a way to really make things work for them, yes. And Argentines will do anything. I think they have this look-alike mentality with Italians. Talking about the Argentines. I think there's even an Italian origin from Lionel Messi too.
Yeah.
So
Italian, Spanish.
Italian, Spanish. So there's this Italian mentality in that Lionel Messi too. The never say die spirit. The man who, even with adversity, he does better. Yes, that's who Lionel Messi is. In times of when the chips are down, that's when Messi rises to the occasion. When things are really looking all sweet and rosy, Messi just enjoys himself. But when the world is against him, where everybody is against Messi, that's when Messi thrives. Messi thrives in rivalry. Messi thrives when the chips are down, when the occasion is looking for some kind of messiah move. And that's who Messi is. And this World Cup is giving him that platform to really showcase who he really is. And the fact that Scaloni has given him the opportunity to really prove that, it shows that the fact that he was majorly an analyst before he became a coach is really, really evident in the way Argentina play. And it's all calculated.
Yes.
Yeah, it shows that he's a good analyst. He analyzes the game, understands what to do. The substitutions are well tailored.
And timed.
Yes, and well timed. And Messi, how he positions himself in the 80th minute, even at his age, he's still able to make a major impact in this team. That is the beauty of Scaloni as an analyst and now a coach. He has proven that he's a really top manager. And I can't say much because if you look at it, if it were to be an manager under this Argentine side, I believe you me, they would have crashed out in the first game, the first round, or even maybe in the round of 16. Because take a look at how they survived Cape Verde, even the Argentina Egypt game. Yes, they had to survive that game somehow. That's the beauty of Scaloni and his analyst side of coaching. And for Argentina, I think it will only take Argentina to stop Argentina right now.
All right, so let's take a look at what the manager Scaloni, you just mentioned, what he actually said after the game. He was talking about the fact that this group of players are actually very unique, and this is exactly what Scaloni actually said. He said, "We are unique. We are unique. Trust me. We go over the limits, and our fans help us make history. These players are impossible to explain." Jerry, you just was talking about exactly what Argentina actually represent. I mean, is it just about this particular game because of the history they share with England, or is this just Argentina, all through and through?
Yeah, it's all about Argentina. Yeah, mental, toughness. We talked about the mentality after the Egypt game. I would say that Argentina has proven to be mentally stronger than every other team in this tournament, and that has been the reason why they are in the final right now. And they have been inspired by a man who knows his way around the pitch. Put Messi on the pitch, he will do the magic. Yes, he's an excellent player. I think in this tournament, he's the best player in this tournament.
So far.
And he has proven that with his quality. He has proven that even with age. I think I listened to a commentary yesterday. Someone was asking, is he actually 39? Yes. Is he? Are you sure this Messi's age was not manipulated? Because he's still showing the class of players who are in their 20s. That is pure class. And you don't give what you don't have. And there's something about this Argentine squad. The players were saying that they are running for Messi. Yeah, there's this spirit, this team spirit. They understand that Messi, if they want to win this World Cup, Messi have to be happy. They have to make sure that Messi gets the ball, he gets all the necessary attention. They are not interested in personal glory. They're interested in Argentina's glory behind Messi. They see that Messi is the shining light. And they've recognized that fact and they're making it work, and it has taken them to the final. But you cannot say that. I think I was not impressed when I read about the fact that the Portugal squad were saying that a player in the squad said that Cristiano Ronaldo is like every other player in the squad, and there's nothing special that people should start putting all their attention in. And I think the Ronaldo fans were not happy about that. So that's the difference between a Portugal side to the Argentine side, a England side to the Argentine side, and so many other squads at this World Cup. So, and if you have a Messi, what more can you do? All the players will just have to make sure that he works, he makes it happen, and you'll be in the final and maybe win the trophy.
Well, quite an unfortunate for England yesterday. But let's go to the camp of the Three Lions, where, you know, the man who was expected, or who a lot of persons were actually seen as, you know, the most likely recipient of the Golden Ball Award at the end of the tournament. Talking about Jude Bellingham. He was talking about how sad they were, you know, after that particular game, that it's almost the same story. He doesn't even know what to say. I mean, that's exactly the reaction from the English number 10, you know, Jude Bellingham, who was everywhere. Yes, that's exactly what he said. He said, we feel sad. I wanted to be a part of the England squad that has finally done it. To be here telling the fans the same thing they've probably heard for years and years, it's really gotten, I am sorry. I mean, Jerry, this man put on a very good shift yesterday. He was everywhere. He did it against Norway, but of course, Norway doesn't have, you know, the individual brilliance of, you know, Argentina. And at some point, you know, he also got frustrated. You saw the tapping, you know, the shoving and the tapping of, you know, this young man, where after the game, where he actually, you know, went almost into face-to-face with the Argentine player, talking about Valentin Bacco, and also how he actually, you know, did everything possible to carry the team. But then, you know, they fall the same bracket, 2018, they got knocked out in the semifinals to the eventual runner-ups, Croatia, and the last time they got as far as that, you know, was way back. And I mean, they have to wait beyond 60 years now, Jerry.
Yeah, for Jude Bellingham, he had the responsibility to go against a mentally stronger player in Lionel Messi. He was in the number 10 role, given the responsibility to dictate the midfield. He was able to do that for much of the game, but when it matters the most, the other players disappointed, and they failed to step up. Yes, taking a look at that cross, Lautaro Martinez, on ordinary day, somebody said if a Harry Maguire was in that defense,
very possible it would have been
yes, it would have been a different kettle of fish. Yes, he's not there now, so we can't say. But I think I want to agree with that position. If you had a player like Harry Maguire, who was
very good area, yes,
really, maybe that goal wouldn't have come in. You would have still seen that doggedness in that defense lineup. Maybe even a Kieran Trippier, for instance, or even a Kai Walker coming in for Jet Spence in that game. Maybe the defense would have had that that mental strength to know that, well, this is serious end of the business. Let's finish up. Let's not cower out. Let's not. I think that's it. Just the English team were not mentally strong enough.
It's good that you mentioned about, you know, these players, Maguire, and so that means we're actually moving towards, you know, the reaction from the coach, right? So the coach of the Three Lions actually also mentioned that he had zero regrets, you know, about what happened. And what he was actually talking about is that, you know, yes, it has actually happened, but he's got zero regrets. And that's exactly the reaction, Jerry. If you look at what Thomas Tuchel actually said in that, you know, post-match game, where he was talking about, you know, yes, it happened, and he, you know, he made his choice. It's on him now. And I mean, unfortunately, they lost. That if he had actually not done it that same way, if they still lose the game, it would have also been the same thing. That everyone is a very good coach, you know, when they are not on the pitch. Yes, the coach of the Three Lions, talking about Thomas Tuchel, that's exactly what he said. But Jerry, a lot of persons actually picked bone. You also cited something about, you know, his selections and all of that. Where would he have actually won the game? You know, England won it, or what was your expectation seeing that game? What was your expectation from, you know, a neutral perspective, right? That this is exactly what the coach is supposed to do at this point, to actually either get one more up or, you know, finish the game.
Yeah, I think what they should have done, yes, everybody understands that Argentina, they start running from the 60th minute, from the 70th minute, or even when they concede the goal. Yes, there's a different mental strength. There's a different Argentina when they have been pegged back, or when there's the dying minutes of that game. You see that players like talking about Enzo, he becomes another player. Messi becomes another kind of player. Even McAllister, the Bainers of those world, Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez had a good shift yesterday for the Argentines. So for Thomas Tuchel, I would have expected that he would have brought in more experienced players into that defense. Yes, they might not be able to start because of the stress of playing 90 minutes. But if he had brought them to the World Cup, because if you look at that bench, how many of those players like Harry Maguire, like the Kai Walkers of this world, like Trent Alexander-Arnold, like Kieran Trippier, they didn't have such kind of players on the bench. So they were left with a situation where they would just have to manage with what they have. And that was not good enough. The quality was not enough to stop Argentina from getting those two goals eventually.
So, Jerry, going to, play defense just after getting your goal around 55 minutes, right? Bringing on the likes of Dambon, bringing on, people to just lock up shop against an Argentine side that you've seen over consistently, knowing that this side have actually come out from the dead. They did that against Cabo Verde, a game that a lot of people expect them to lose. They did that against Egypt. That's one they were already dead and buried, 11 minutes to spare. And of course, they also did the same thing against, the team they played before England, right? Now you're seeing that trajectory. These guys have shown that they've got the heart of steel to come into every game. And now you decide to actually get one goal up, right? Playing very well, and all of a sudden you switch off. He actually said something again that, hey, it didn't happen, so everyone is actually a very good coach. Is this the sort of comments that, you expect from a manager? And Jerry, don't also forget that yesterday before this game, a lot of talks, between Thomas Tuchel and Jude Bellingham, right? Where a question was asked about, the shifts that the guys put up against Norway, where he said, it's actually not the level we expected. And then Jude Bellingham responded by saying, do you know what it feels like to play against the likes of Erling Haaland, Solot, and Odegaard? The guys actually did a very good job, and that's exactly why we won. Was that, reaction also part of what we actually saw on the field? Does it look like there's some sort of bad blood or disjointment between, the coaching crew led by, Thomas Tuchel, and of course the players led by Jude Bellingham and of course Harry Kane?
Yeah, the body language was all there. I think the senior players in the squad were not happy with some players who made the cuts. Some were not happy with Jared Konsa making the cuts. Even the Jet Spence making the cuts. Even Konsa, some of the players were not happy with the selection of the players that was going to the World Cup with them. But they just had to see what happens, so that when the blame eventually comes, we'll know who to hold responsible. And Thomas Tuchel was more like a dictator. He came into the team as somebody who has won the UEFA Champions League before. He has coached at the highest level. So he didn't expect that any of the players would want to question his authority. And that is the mentality the players came to the camp with. And eventually, when they started seeing the cracks, those players that should have covered those cracks are not available, the players got frustrated. And the frustration eventually reached the boiling point in the game against Norway. And they expressed their feelings that they were not happy with the fact that, yes, the tactics might be going on well, but we need the players who could actually push us to the next level, push us extra to the next edge. But we didn't have those kind of players who could do that, because if you look at the bench, they have a Chalobah, for instance, who will come from the bench. So what is Chalobah in comparison to another quality player like Harry Maguire coming from the bench to add value or still to that defense, even at 80 minutes? But if you look at it, so the frustration was on in the game against Norway. The players were not happy with the fact that they didn't have any options that was good enough to at least save them and push them through the finish line. It was the exceptional brilliance of Jude Bellingham in the game against Norway. That's why they were able to make it to the semi-finals. Imagine not their exceptional brilliance didn't come from Jude Bellingham. And they were expecting that to still happen against Argentina, but it was not enough, because you have Argentina covered with a lot of players who are mentally strong, better experienced in all areas of the pitch, even from the goalkeeper down to the striker.
So Jerry, let's look at the wide men in that particular game. Antonio Gordon's got a goal in that particular game. But is there a reason why we didn't actually see Bukayo Saka and Noni Madueke all through the night for England? Was that a right call?
Yeah, it was the right call, because if you look at Bukayo Saka, Bukayo Saka has had a topsy-turvy season, injury in and out. I think for me, his His going to the World Cup was based on sentiment. Yes, that's the most sentimental call. Yes, because yes, he has experience. He has been with the team in and out. Yes, if you were going to drop that kind of a player, I think a lot of people wouldn't raise eyebrows. There are a lot of players who also did well. Look at a player like Morgan Gibbs-White. You dropped him. Yeah, I'm still really astonished. Imagine Morgan Gibbs-White coming from the bench in that game. At least would have still add a push, an extra strength from that midfield. And of course, Jordan Henderson, his injury, maybe, I don't know, maybe if he had come in too.
But Jerry, taking out, a Declan Rice at the thick of it, a man who, is your biggest workhorse in the midfield. Yes, some persons say Declan Rice has played too many minutes, he's not fit, but if that's the case, shouldn't he have rested him like the same way Rodrigo De Paul actually rested, in that game before coming up from the bench to actually change the game's outlook completely?
Yeah, for the case of Declan Rice, that is the problem. Thomas Tuchel didn't make a plan that if a Declan Rice is tired, who are we going to bring in to give us a like-for-like option? They don't have that on the bench. And that's why you saw Declan Rice playing most of the minutes after having a very long season. He played most of the games for Arsenal in the Champions League and the Premier League. Yeah. And that's quite a long season for him. And the responsibility was too much on Declan Rice. And they didn't have any such player who could actually give you a like-for-like. So all the blame has to go to Thomas Tuchel for that.
Okay, so also know that the Three Lions have actually extended the contract of the German tactician, talking about the English coach in person of Thomas Tuchel, to 2028. You can see him holding the jersey there and, of course, saying, I'm here till 2028. Hopefully, it's going to actually lead them to their very first European Championship in a long, long time. And, of course...
I think that's going to be... If you look at this World Cup, the fact that coaches who are in the final are coaches from the same country. Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at Spain.
It's something again, right? We've not seen it.
Yeah.
We've not seen it happen that
the coach has to be a homegrown coach.
But again,
a local coach.
Again, finally, Jerry, questioning Tuchel's tactics, right? The water bottle of Jordan Pickford was actually seen after the game, and by the Argentine players, we were actually looking at it, and something interesting happened. There are names of penalty takers, which means it seems like England actually did prepare for a penalty in this particular game. Hence why they got the goal and then start back. Was that a very decent tactical plan going against an Argentina side that is usually very compact, a side that really like to sit, not really an entirely very attacking side? Yes, we know that they've got Lionel Messi, they've got players who can actually hurt you on transition, but the team itself, right, they are not known to be a very attacking side. So you've got the energy, you've got the young blood, you've got everything, you've got players playing at the highest level for different countries and different club side. Why don't you take it to them? 100.
Many of the top players are playing for top club sides. That's the question. Take a look at Arsenal. Okay, let's take a look at the Arsenal, the England back line. Apart from O'Reilly, who plays for Manchester City, and Gueye, who recently joined Manchester City. We have a Pickford playing for Everton. Jess Spence playing for Tottenham, who almost got relegated last season. We have Konsa, who plays for Aston Villa. And is in and out. Yes, his form is in and out. Maguire has not been tested and trusted, though he had a very good season with Manchester City. Then John Stones is on his way out when it comes to aging.
You already released him, though. Yeah.
And Jordan Pickford, for instance. Yes, I was critical of Jordan Pickford from the beginning of this World Cup. His short hands.
But
yes,
he made beautiful saves.
He made beautiful saves, but keep them in the if you look at that goal scored by Enzo, I must say that if he was a little bit advantage or taller, he would have punched that ball. That ball.
He didn't see it early.
He didn't see it early, but he actually stretched towards the ball. He would have had an advantage if he had that. I think England should start looking past Jordan Pickford. And the Argentines, that's why you have to give it to Scaloni. He really understood the mission and told the players what to do. And the players started making attempts outside the 18-yard box. And of course, eventually it paid off because they knew that the weakness of Jordan Pickford has to be taking the ball by surprise. If he is aware of the ball, it gives him an advantage. But just put him by surprise, take the outside shot, just keep making moves, crosses, area balls, and eventually the goals came in for Argentina. So that's the case. And of course, for that situation, I think that was careless on the part of Jordan Pickford. I think that should have been a best kept secret information. It should have got into the hands of the Argentines. If the England players, yes, I know the loss must have made them forget and, of course, make that available to the Argentines who were actually looking at it. I think even I know Messi was actually looking at it. They actually were planning for penalties.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, they were planning an eventuality that there was a penalty shootout. And even there was a penalty shootout, Argentina would have still won.
Very likely.
Look at the two goalkeepers. Martinez is a go-to goalkeeper when it comes to penalty shootouts.
Absolutely, I agree.
Over a Jordan Pickford anytime.
But again, in penalty shootouts, you cannot really call because sometimes
I will surely still give it to Argentina.
You put your money on Argentina.
Yes.
Anytime. All right, so let's look at the big reaction coming out from that particular game. Lionel Messi now got 5 Man of the Match performance award in this particular tournament. Look at Argentina's game. I mean, against Algeria, Austria, and of course against Cape Verde, against Switzerland. It was Julian Alvarez, and of course today, last night against England, Lionel Messi got 4 Man of the Match. Or I beg your pardon, 5, 2 in the group stage, 1 against Cape Verde, 1 against Egypt, and against England, he's done it again. Now the Ballon d'Or power ranking just showed. Lionel Messi just showed up there at this point. That talks about him, possibly picking up a 9th Ballon d'Or, Jerry. It's quite funny at 39. This guy is going for 9th Ballon d'Or, and he might just, get the World Cup. And if he gets the World Cup, Jerry, we're back in that particular conversation. What happened in 2022, where Ellen Brutaland was on fire. We've got the likes of Hurricane, who is doing so well for his club. But then this is the biggest stage of world football. Should Lionel Messi win it again?
Yeah, all he just needs to do is on Sunday, France was supposed to beat Spain. And the Ballon d'Or will be undisputedly Lionel Messi's own to take when eventually it comes up, I think January next year. So it's difficult to stop Messi when he's on this kind of form, when everything is going and working together for good for Messi. I like using that word. Everything keeps working together for good for Messi. And so far, so good. It was going to be maybe a Dembele retaining it after UEFA Champions League win with Paris Saint-Germain. But it's a World Cup year. What more can you say? Lionel Messi is not just winning the World Cup. He's doing it as the main man. He's taking center stage. He has the goals to show for it. He has the assists to show for it. He has man of the match performances to show for it. And he's the undisputed most valuable player of this tournament.
Absolutely.
Except, I don't know what's going to happen. Except maybe Rodri will outshine him in the final.
Maybe,
then,
just maybe.
Then maybe Rodri will be in the equation alongside Lionel Messi. And of course, it looks like the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or is already taking shape. Maybe a Lionel Messi, Rodri, and Kylian Mbappe.
Just maybe. Let's get to see if what happens. Talking about taking center stage. December 2007 was the date, and of course, Camp Nou. It was a 20-year-old Lionel Messi who was actually beating a 5-year-old Lamine Yamal for the UNICEF shoot. That baby, of course, is 19 years old today. And of course, the World Cup will be played on the 19th of December, 19th of this month, talking about July. And of course, the man is also putting on the jersey number 19, for the La Roja. And the myth, if you don't believe in, mythology, trust me, this is one you definitely want to believe, because nearly 2 decades after that particular incident actually happened, we are here now in the final. The both of them coming head to head. Lamine Yamal was actually talking about, the possibility of facing Lionel Messi, saying that he will really, hope to actually play against Lionel Messi. His first Cristiano Ronaldo knocked him out. His first Kylian Mbappe knocked him out. And now he's going to actually be facing the man who beat him. A lot of persons say Lionel Messi might just be, the John the Baptist for the bigger thing to come. Jerry, do you agree that Lionel Messi is the John the Baptist to the bigger thing? I'm talking about Lamine Yamal, or Lamine Yamal is just Lionel Messi light?
It will be too difficult for Lamine Yamal to fill the boots of Lionel Messi because he's already towing the line of being the fan terrible. Yes, organizing parties, living the life already at that age. And you need discipline to be able to be like Lionel Messi too. Messi did not just because of his talents on the pitch. Outside the pitch, he remained disciplined and stood to his football career, focused on his football and so on and so forth, because he had a lot of competitions to really beat. In that team, when Messi was coming up, he had the shadow of Diego Maradona around him, which was a huge responsibility.
Very well.
And he took it with both arms, soaked up the pressure, and delivered when it matters the most. And it definitely was looking like it was never going to happen until 2022. That means he remained steadfast. He remained focused on that dream, despite the ups and downs. Eventually, the thing is happening for him. But will Lamine Yamal be able to witness disappointment? Let's see if it doesn't win this World Cup.
But talent for talent, right? Messi at 19. Lamine Yamal at 19.
Messi was already a big thing at 19. I think the 2005 era.
2005 he was 18.
He was
right?
18.
So
yes,
2 years.
He just won the Under-20 World Cup.
Yes, Under-20 World Cup. And then the following year, 2006, they won the Champions League. Though he got an injury in that particular one, so he really didn't feature. And then he came back in 2007. He got the second best player of the year award.
Yeah, Lamine Yamal is having a generation where at 19, if you have such kind of talent, you have to play. And it was not the case of Lionel Messi. If Lionel Messi now at 19, that then he's available right now, of course, he will start and he will play in the World Cup. Yeah. So at his era, it was quite difficult. At this era, it's quite easier for Lamine Yamal because players like Messi have set the tone that at the younger age, you can still do it. So with that being said, Lamine Yamal is still a lot to really achieve. He has to win this World Cup first. Then we can have that conversation that maybe Yamal has come to stay, has come to prove that he can aim towards the Messi's glory because he's already playing for Barcelona.
Let's look at their football brain, right? Forget about what Messi has done. Back at that very, quite 18-19 era, Messi, Lamine Yamal, how they think, how they decide games, how they move.
Yeah, I saw Messi in 2005. I was not really happy. I didn't really like him. Yes, he was just something else. I think I heard about him when they were talking about a certain player that Diego Maradona was anointing to be his successor. That was in 2005. Then the John Obi Mikel was the in thing. That Nigerian team was really awesome. So that even called him before the final against Nigeria that he should go all out there and do him proud. And that was where the Messi buzz was all over. And eventually when I saw this player, I saw what he did against the Flying Eagles of Nigeria. That is when I started noticing that there's this player that is going to blow the world. And Messi didn't disappoint. From then on, he took the mantle. And today, he's looking like he's going to win the next back-to-back World Cup.
Well, call it whatever it is you like, but the headline reads, the master against the protege. Or you want to say the man who is called the John the Baptist against the man who a lot of persons begin to see as a successor for Barcelona. Maybe someday Lionel Messi will have a conversation. That's the young kid there. That's Lamine Yamal in the hands of Lionel Messi. Quite very poetic, I must say. Look at the both of them. This sort of thing doesn't happen all of the time, but then we are here now, and the both of them meeting in the finals, and who knows who's going to pick it. A lot of persons think Messi will do it over Lamine Yamal, and some persons believe that Spain side is just too good, and the young man is now really, really grown. So we'll get to witness that. But this is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on this episode of The Locker Room. And of course, Jerry, it's so good to have you join me this evening.
Always a pleasure.
Of course, from us all of here, we definitely will say, keep close to your screen. Of course, the next show is a political program. Of course, Chukwuma will be here to take us through the world of politics, and the show is Political Lens. I am Ikechukwu Ago. Have a very good evening.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
As political actors reposition and conversations around power, unity, and national identity gather momentum, new partnerships are emerging while old political debates are being revisited. Well, the question is, are these developments laying the foundation for a more united Nigeria, or are they simply the opening moves in another fiercely contested election cycle? Well, tonight we examine the Peter Obi Rabiu Okwankwo presidential ticket, which party leaders have described as a healing ticket capable of restoring trust, promoting reconciliation, and rebuilding the country. We'll also look at the promises being made, the political realities facing the alliance, and whether it can bridge regional and ideological divides. We'll also discuss Rabiu Okwankwo's renewed call for stronger political cooperation between northern Nigeria and the southeast. Drawing lessons from Nigeria's first and second republics, he argues that national progress depends on rebuilding historic alliances and moving beyond the divisions of the past. Is this a practical roadmap for national cohesion or simply a strategic electoral calculation? And from the ruling All Progressives Congress, we examine the defense of President Bola Tinubu's decision to retain Vice President Kashim Shettima as his running mate for the 2027 general elections. With the Muslim ticket once again at the center of political conversation, APC leaders insist that the administration's record has eased concerns over religious exclusion. But has public perception truly shifted? And what impact could that have at the polls? Now, these are the issues we will unpack tonight with careful analysis, fresh perspectives, and informed debate. Good evening, and many thanks for joining us on Political Edge. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Let's begin by bringing in our analyst. We've been joined by Prince Francis Chilaka, a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Prince, and thanks for joining me.
Good evening, Okoro. It's good being here with you.
Good to see you again. Now, let's quickly run into it, sir. Well, Buba Galadima, you know him, a chieftain of the NDC, has described the Peter Obi Rabiu Kokwanso presidential ticket as a healing ticket, saying it offers the best opportunity to unite Nigeria and rebuild Nigeria ahead of the 2027 election. He said the alliance between the Obedient movement and the Kokwansia movement was formed to restore trust among Nigerians and move the country beyond past divisions. Galadima said Peter Obi has pledged to prioritize security, agriculture, and education if elected president, adding that the NDC leadership and its supporters will actively contribute to delivering on those key policy areas. Well, Galadima also admitted that the party faces challenges in winning support for Obi in northern Nigeria, but expressed confidence that sustained engagement will overcome the obstacles. Defending Obi against attempts to link him to the 1966 military coup, Galadima urged Nigerians to move beyond historical grievances and embrace reconciliation, citing the post-war pardon and political reintegration of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu as an example of national healing. The Prince, do you agree with Galadima that the OK ticket is a healing ticket?
I agree with him that yes, it's a ticket that Nigerians have been looking forward to. I'll tell you the truth that Nigerians looked forward to this in 2023. I mean,
Nigerians look forward to.
They looked forward to this kind of partnership.
But they had it in 2023. I mean, Obi and that's it.
No, Nigerians were eagerly looking forward to an Obi and Kwakwanso in 2023. And I'll tell you why. Kwakwanso, whether we like it or not, people will say, oh, Kwakwanso movement is only in Kano. But then if you come to the north, Kwakwanso is a brand. And then you come to the southeast, when you come to the south, you also have Peter as a brand. So this new marriage is the kind of marriage that anyone would want to, jump in and say, good, we're making progress. Moreover, the marriage also takes care of this issue of religion, which we cannot throw away in this country. Nigeria is said to be a secular state, and because of the secularity nature of Nigeria, that is why we always want to balance having a Muslim and a Christian. So yes, it's a wonderful ticket, and we hope that the voters at the end of the day will make the right choices.
Well, we'll talk about the Muslim ticket in a bit. But before we get into all of that, you said something like Kokwanso is a political figure in the north, and Peter Obi, it's what? You said
in the south.
In the south. One of the political leaders in the southeast in particular said that Easterners are no longer obedient. It was a mistake in 2023 when they said we are obedient. That southeast is no longer obedient.
Well, whoever,
you know who I'm talking about?
Whoever said
Dave Umahi, current Minister of Works.
Yes,
Dave says the southeast is no longer obedient.
Well,
Chukwu Masoludo says 2023 was a mistake. We are not going to repeat that mistake.
Well,
do you still think that Obi has a political base in the southeast?
Yes, it does. It does. These are people who have no, for me, they don't have any structure politically in the southeast. So they're just there floating in the air. If you remember when the first tenure of Charles Soludo, let me start from him. If you remember his campaign was centered around Peter Obi. His campaign was centered around the things that Peter Obi did in Anambra State. So he leveraged on it to win the election. And so the problem with Nigerian politicians, is that they forget a lot. They act as if they're naive, but they're not.
Is it the Nigerian politician or the Nigerian people?
No, the Nigerian politicians, first and foremost. We're talking about the politicians, the political class. They give you the impression that they're naive, but in that naiveness, there is this undertone of they really know what they want to get. So when they want power, they know how to play on the sensitivity of the people. They know how to play the people around to get what they want. Now, when they get the power, what do? They forget the people. They throw the people under the bus. I know that Charles Soludo and Dave Umahi, I know that if they have opportunity, they will become candidates themselves. So it's that issue of, I think I'm better than you that's playing out, nothing else.
Okay, one is a minister, one is a governor. They also had opportunities. Why didn't they pursue it?
Well, the same opportunity, we remember when one senator said that the Southeast was not right for presidency. You remember? But then he wanted to become the Senate president. And then, the same Southeast said, we're not ready to become Senate president.
Was that a payback?
Well, that's karma. He got what he wanted. So when people speak, sometimes I ask myself, where are you coming from? Politically, where are you coming from? See, whether we like it or not, Okoro, give it to P2B. I vividly remember when they were saying that P2B in Labour Party had only 4 people tweeting from a room. But that 4 people stormed this country, gave him 6 million votes plus, and changed the perspective of our political landscape. It did. It really, really changed it. People now became more aware. People now realize the fact that you don't need somebody who has embezzled your funds. You don't need somebody who is leeching off the people. You don't need somebody who all his life government has been taking care of him. You need a man who would say something and do it. Check all the governors, all the ex-governors. How many of them can come out and beat their chest and say, I am not receiving any form of gratuity from my state? How many? How many of them?
So you think that is what Obi has going for him?
Well, what Obi has going for him? See, let us be honest with ourselves in this country. If Obi had anything whatsoever, anything that had to do with abuse of office, financial recklessness, Obi would have been a visitor with EFCC.
Well, Obi himself has said openly that he's the most investigated politician in this country. Unfortunately, the government can't find, or the agencies can't find.
They can't find anything.
Now, you said something about 4 people, apparently they said tweeting in a room, and Nigerians became aware of what P2B was and the momentum it drove in 2023. But you also believe that took the ruling party unawares.
It didn't,
now that they are...
It didn't see.
No, they didn't. Did they see it coming? They didn't expect it, so it took them unawares.
I refuse to accept that it took them unawares. The truth of the matter is that they underrated the Nigerian.
That's taking them unawares. They didn't expect that Obi will drive that momentum with only 4 people tweeting.
But the momentum is still there.
Exactly my question.
And now the momentum is even getting stronger.
Now,
with the Kwakwanso attached to it. Whether we like it or not, let me tell you, whether you like it or not, the issue of Christian, Muslim ticket is going to come up very soon.
That's a major topic of conversation.
It's going to come up.
In this program. We'll talk about that in a bit. My question is this. The ruling party, then APC, was taken unawares. The sitting president there, from outside, he wasn't in government. He was just a member of APC. He was taken unawares. And they didn't know that, it was going to happen. And P2B beat the APC here in Lagos State. Now, with the sitting president and everybody being aware of that momentum, do you think that Peter Obi and Kwakwanso will reenact that feat in 2023 in places like Lagos? He beat him in Lagos, beat him in Abuja, beat him in the Southeast. Mind you, if you go to the Southeast, all the governors are saying, well, we want to re-elect the president, except Alex Oti, who is neither here nor there. We have the city boy movement, more like a youthful population saying, we want to re-elect the president. How much of that?
Let me even start from your last one, which is the city boys. When you say they want to re-elect the president, how many votes do they have?
The command influence in the South.
What influence do they command?
You think they
don't? The ordinary Nigerians, how many of them have voters card?
When people vote.
No. Let me start with your city boys. How many of your city boys have voters card? Go and do your investigation.
What will I find out?
The people who really vote are the masses, the ordinary Nigerians. And today, life is not better for them than it was in Buhari's time.
But these people are now, the ordinary masses that vote, they are giving them palliatives, bags of rice, sewing machines, motorbikes, keke napep and all of that.
Let them continue to give them. And let the people who want to collect and mortgage themselves, let them continue. The ones that collected in 2023, are they not crying? The ones that collected in 2023, are they not the same ones that are crying all over the place? Great gift never lasts. And for me, I am not against you giving anything to anybody, but all I'm saying is that let us have a free and fair electioneering process.
Free and fair electioneering process. Some people have said, well, if the election is free and fair, by 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock on election day, 16th of February, results will have been...
For me, if we have a free and fair election, we don't need going to the courts. You can't have, if you add all the, you have 8 million, you have 6 million and 7 million. If you add all of them, let's say we have about 20 million, give and take. 20 million Nigerians, let's just use that as a base figure, came out to vote. And at the end of the day, you are now leaving that decision of who should rule the country in the hands of about 3 or 5 people. Does that make any sense?
Does that make any sense? Now, let's return to the issue of discussion, which is, Buba Galadima. Buba Galadima says, well, we are having difficulty selling Peter Obi's candidacy. This is coming from a notable political figure in the person of Buba Galadima. Does it worry the NDC or shouldn't it worry the NDC that a notable political figure says, we are having difficulty selling Peter Obi in Dono because of obvious reasons? The fact that some people have framed him, around the narrative of supporting Biafra. Some people have framed him around the issue of, well, he is a Southeasterner. He is of the Igbo stock that killed our leaders in 1966.
All right.
Does it bother the NDC?
Let me say this. We've moved past 1996. 1966. This is the 21st century. And anybody who decides to live in the past is not worth being a Nigerian. Nigeria has moved on, and the people are expected to move on. Any which way you look at it, the same Peter Obi that he's talking about got a lot of votes from the north, even when he had Dati as his vice presidential candidate. Now, talk of now that he has a prominent politician. There's Kwakwaso or not. You think it's easy to market Kwakwaso in the south and southeast? Just as it's difficult, just as the claim is difficult to market P2B, so also it's difficult to market Kwakwaso.
But is it that difficult to market the president in the north and in the southeast and in the south-south?
For me,
that's where the concern should be.
For me, I don't think it's difficult to market P2B. I just believe and I know that Nigerians are beginning to think of it as if there's no box. Nigerians are becoming aware of the fake attached to some of their leaders. Nigerians are becoming aware of the fact that, look, you give me noodles, you give me 5,000, you give me 10,000. It does not equate to what you make every month when you're in power.
All right, Prince, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please do join us again.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, There can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. Prince, we are back. Now, there is this trust deficit between the North and the Southeast, a product of the January 1960s. I want us to go back to it. I thought we had put some kind of closure to that. Why is it coming up again? Babangida has written about it. Gowon has talked about it. A lot of a lot of military and civilians that were alive have talked about it. I was thinking that we should have put some kind of closure to it. Why is it that, is it the handiwork of fifth columnists who are trying to stir up, animosity between the North and the East and probably affect the OK ticket? Because that is what it looks like. Baba Galadima says, because of what happened in 66, we are having difficulties in selling this ticket. Is it the handiwork of fifth columnists, the opposition, or what?
Well, you say that Babangida has spoken about it. Past leaders have spoken about it. Now, these people who speak about it, how much of what they have said or written has gotten to the ordinary people? It's one thing for people to gather in an air-conditioned room, hold a press conference, and
write memoirs.
Yes, but the ordinary people who should be the custodians of what they have said, do they get to hear about it?
But these are the opinion molders in the North.
When they mold the opinion on TV, they mold it in a conference hall. After molding that opinion, it should go down to the people. Have you ever seen any religious institution taking it upon themselves to say, okay, this Sunday, I'm going to talk about the issues that gave rise to the 1966 coup, isn't it? Have you seen? This is where people gather. Have you seen the National Orientation Agency embark on an orientation campaign to reorientate the minds of Nigerians in different languages? To say, look, the picture, the things you heard before now were distorted. this is the right thing in different local languages.
Well, I understand, and people will understand if the NOK gets into all of that. But with church mixing religion and politics,
You cannot throw away in Nigeria. We keep saying Nigeria is a secular state, but if you look at it, is Nigeria really a secular state?
No, you tell us.
For me, Nigeria is not a secular state. And the reason why it's not a secular state is, look at in Kano, you have the Hizbah, which is they call it more like a police that is engineered under the Islamic laws. So how do you not call that a secular state? You hear people talk about Sharia. You even heard a few months back that some people said they wanted Sharia, in some states in the Southwest. So the things we on paper we could say Nigeria is a secular state, but in practice Nigeria is not, because the things we do not pass that message of secularity. The things we do, the things the political class do, they do not give you that thing to believe that you are in a secular state. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria has been divided along religious lines, Muslim and Christian. And that is why each time you have a gathering, so the Christian will say the opening prayer, the Muslim will say the closing prayer.
Is it not some form of trying to build unity?
But that shows you that we're not practicing a secular state.
So what should have happened?
We could just have our program and everybody goes home.
Without a prayer?
Yes. Because without prayer, you are bringing religion into governance. And religion cannot be separated from Nigerian government.
And so the churches should preach unity and say, well, what happened in 1966?
They should preach unity based on the facts that have emerged. The imams, the alfas, should also preach unity based on what has come out.
Okay, I would like for us to go back to the issue of what the North thinks about Peter Obi. Governor Ali Modu Sharif, Gas, or SARS, as some people call him. SARS, when he was senator, and Gas, when he was governor. Some people, he has said that, well, what Peter Obi did in 2023, he will not be able to reenact that feat in the North. He got so and so million votes in the North. I'm not sure that he's going to do half of that because the North does not trust him. Now, Baba Galadima is saying, we are having difficulty selling Peter Obi, but we are moving forward. We are going to convince the people. What strategies do you think that the NDC should apply in recreating that narrative? Because it looks like, I keep talking about this pushback that we see. We hear that the APC has covered the whole of the North. All the ministers from the North have been detailed to go back and start campaigning for the president, underground and all of that. What strategies is NDC adopting in ensuring that, they're able to reenact that feat in 2020?
Okay, let me take it from Senator or Governor Ali Modu Sharif, former Governor Ali Modu Sharif. One thing that is very, very clear to a lot of Nigerians today is that if you want to be popular, if you want to trend, attack P2B. The news outlets will carry it. Those supporting APC will carry it. I remember, if you recall, Ali Modu Sharif has been in limbo for a very long time. And the first time he came out, if you remember, he said, P2B was going to return to PDP.
Yes, I recall.
And everybody was like, how can you say what you don't know? And he disappeared. And now he resurfaces and he's talking about, P2B not being able to do what the feat he carried out in 2023. Who is he? Politically speaking, where is he?
He's in the APC. Former governor,
even in his own state, Borno State, does he have a structure? It's unfortunate that anybody can just say what they want to say.
Now, when people call anybody that, like you, according to what he said, anybody that wants to, track relevance and traction will just mention Peter Obi's name. Is it giving Peter Obi positive publicity or negative publicity?
It's giving him positive one.
In what sense?
In every sense. I have people who want to go into politics. My friends, when we discuss, they say they wish that EFCC will come and arrest them.
So that it will make them trend.
Yes. So that's the same way people want to, they feel that, by the time you come out and say something about P2B, everywhere will be aflame. Oh, he has spoken about P2B. But at the end of the day, what happens? It's making P2B more popular. People are beginning to see the other side of P2B that they didn't know. Is P2B the only candidate? He's not. So for everybody to be talking about him, there must be something about this man that everybody's talking about.
Okay, now, why I asked the question about negative or positive publicity, Gas said, Alimodu Sharif said something, that Peter Obi was instrumental in profiling Northerners in Anambra State.
Well, I wouldn't, I think that is something that has been spoken of several. Even a lot of Northerners have come out to say, no, it was not P2B. It didn't happen.
It never happened.
Yes.
Okay, so probably Gas was just, Sharif was just trying to...
There are some people who don't want to let go of certain things. They just have a mindset. They just have a terrible belief system.
To gain traction for themselves.
So they just believe that, this thing, if I say it, whether it happened or it didn't happen, but because somebody has said it before and nothing happened, so let me say it.
And they inadvertently make the other person more popular. And that is what is happening to P2B.
Exactly.
All right, Prince, let's move on. Well, let's get into a very similar conversation, talking about vice presidential candidate of the NDC, Rabiu Kwakwanso, has urged Nigerians to embrace reconciliation, still talking about reconciliation and rebuild political cooperation between northern Nigeria and the south, is describing the relationship as one rooted in history. He said, and I quote, "We have to forgive ourselves. We have to work together as a family. Southeast has been our ally, our friends over the years." He pointed to alliances between northern and southeastern leaders during the First and Second Republic of Nigeria, starting the partnership between the NPC and the NCNC in the 60s, 1960 to 1966, as well as the emergence of Alex Ifeanyi Okwueme as vice president to Alhaji Shehu Shagari, 9 years after the Civil War. He added, and I quote again, "Our leaders had foresight and they are not our enemies. Let's prove to them. Let's bring them. Let's work together." Now, the former Kano State governor also said the North's renewed partnership with Southeast should not be seen as opposition to any other region, stressing that Nigeria's diversity requires broad alliances. "We are so happy that we in the North have decided to go back to history to work with the Southeast. And you can't play politics in this country alone. Politics of Muslims or Christians or North or South, not at this level," Kwakwanso said. Now, the Prince, is NDC planning to repeat the 1960-1979 alliance in the OK ticket? And how far can they drive it within the present circumstance?
Well, it's you already see it playing out. I am happy to a large extent that gradually we're beginning to have formidable opposition. I think the fear of every Nigerian has been the fact that people have said, "Oh, we're going to have a one-party state." And I said, look, we can't afford a one-party state.
Don't we have one-party state?
No, we can't afford it. Nigeria is not such a country where you can have a one-party state. For me, the alliance doesn't. I have come to this point in life where it's not about alliances. It's about who can take this country to El Dorado. Who can be able to turn around the fortunes of this country. And let us, as Nigerians, work as we used to work before, proudly. Nigerians were known to bounce when they work. But today, they don't even have the strength to carry themselves. Because hunger, poverty, unemployment, high cost of living, lack of accommodation, high cost of transportation, all of this is weighing down on the people. So the people are looking forward to somebody who can come and take away this burden from them.
In reality, is it possible to move away from ethnic and tribal politics in Nigeria?
You cannot.
Or in any part of the world?
Because, no. In Nigeria, you cannot, even if we try, because the politicians will not give room for that. It is the divide you see where you talk about ethnicity, you talk about religion. It's not even about the people. If you travel from here now to somewhere in Zamfara, and you meet, the locals there, the way they will receive you, you'll be shocked. So the divide you see in the homes of Nigerians is the politicians. They are the ones dividing the people. It's not the people dividing themselves. But unfortunately, a lot of Nigerians are gullible. And so they listen to them, they accept what they give to them. But the truth of the matter is that Nigerians are peaceful people, peace-loving people. I've spent time in the North. I have a lot of Northern friends, so I know. I have a lot of Southwestern friends, so I know. We all sit down, we crack jokes, we go out, we do everything. But it is the politicians that are dividing us. And then the gullible ones are, caving in.
Now, one also says that no region can go it alone. Is that a recognition of some kind of changing patterns? Or are we moving is there a possibility that we'll move away? I mean, you said it's not possible. But how can we deal with issues-based campaigns, issue-based politics? Like you said, Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are hungry. And at the end of the day, if you go to the market, they don't ask you, which ID card, which churches or which religion's ID card do you have? When you drive into a filling station, they don't ask you to present your party card before they sell fuel or dispense fuel to you at a certain amount of money. At what point will we descend to issue-based campaigns? When people will now look at the person and say, well, who is able to deliver on his promises? Must it be my trans-man? Must it be my party man? Must it come from my region? How soon can we get to that level?
We're getting to that level, whether we like it or not. It's going to come. It's coming like a wind, like a tsunami. We're getting to that level. And the level where no matter how much you have to give to people, people will just shun your money and say, no, I want to vote somebody with honor and proven integrity.
We'll get to that level very soon, when we still have people say, well, even if they don't say it expressly, they say, well, it's our turn. It's our turn, whether he's doing good or not. Let him finish. Let him finish our turn. And a particular group says, well, in 2031, it's coming back to us. Whether we are good by it or not, it is our turn.
Well,
how soon can we get to that?
It boils down to the fact that we need to have this. I have a mindset, like I've said to you, I have a mindset that I don't care what tribe you're from, what religion you're from.
It's not about you. It's about the other person.
I'm coming. For me, I've said for me, I don't care about your tribe. I don't care about your religion. What I care about is your ability to deliver. And this is where we need to lay emphasis on religious institutions, government agencies that are meant to educate the people. You need to make
religious institutions, government agencies. Prince, we see people that, were against a particular president, religious leaders, top religious leaders in 2015 that said, well, Mr. President, if you are not delivering, if you cannot do this job, just step aside. Now, the same religious people that you are asking to do the job are saying, well, looks like this president has done his best and you don't need to take him into account. He has ordered the security chiefs to do the job, so he's free.
It's
the same religious people.
It's hypocrisy.
So exactly, how do we move away from?
It's the people. It is only the people that can take their power back. No matter what we do, no matter what anybody says, the people need to wake up.
Uneducated people.
The people need to wake up.
How will the people?
You saw what played out in South Africa. The people said, we don't want. And the government understood that power belongs to the people.
Now, can that happen in Nigeria?
No, my problem in Nigeria is that Nigerians don't realize the power they have. The people don't realize the kind of power they wield. There's so much power in that your voter's card. There's so much power in you having the mindset to say, I refuse. Hunger will not kill you. For that one day you're going to vote. For refusing that 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira. For refusing those packs of noodles and all of that. Hunger will not kill you and your family.
Prince,
we need to be able to say to ourselves as Nigerians, what do we want? Do we want a government that lies to us? Do we want a government that takes us to a journey where we don't understand? Or do we want people that have proven themselves over time that this thing is possible?
Now, we are talking about people, growing above board, say, well, hunger is not going to kill me. I cannot accept 15,000 naira, just to sell my vote. You are at a certain level. You understand all of that. But we also hear analysts like you, commentators, say, this government, previous governments, politicians have weaponized poverty. At what point will poverty become the spur to action for people to say, well, I've suffered enough. I don't want to suffer again. How soon can that happen?
There is no country where you won't have poverty. You always have the rich and the poor.
We have poor people in Ghana. We have poor people in Ghana. You always have the rich and the poor living side by side. Okay. Now,
but what we are saying is that in all of that, common sense.
When will we get that common sense?
It's coming.
Now, in Ghana here, our neighbor, Ghana conducted their elections. That was last year or when. And we saw videos, clips of people who were given bags of rice.
And they rejected it.
And they rejected it.
So it's going to happen to Nigerians too. You remember you made a comment. When you drive into the filling station to get fuel, nobody will ask you what party you belong to, what tribe you belong to, what religion you belong to. It won't take God to come down from heaven to do that. It's the people. It's the people waking up from sleep to say, look, enough is enough. Power belongs to us. By the time the people are able to grab their power back, and the politician knows that he needs the vote of the people to get into office, he knows that if he doesn't perform, the people have what it takes to bring him out. A lot of things will change.
Okay, now, Prince, let's quite gradually go back to the issue of Obi, Kwakwanso, and the North. Now, we see a lot of groups in the North throw their weight behind Tinubu. We even see Christian groups. Despite the pushback against Muslim ticket, we see middle belt Christian groups say, well, we are comfortable with the Muslim ticket of Tinubu and Shettima. Don't you think that will affect the chances of the NDC in the North? If you have people in the middle belt.
When you say people in support of it, I don't know the people you're referring to.
Just middle belt group.
How many
Christian.
groups?
At least
Which
two
of the
groups.
Christians?
Two groups in the middle belt.
Are they non-Christian groups? You know what happens in Nigeria? Everybody runs a foundation. Everybody runs whatever society group they want.
But they are speaking to the people.
Which people are they
The
speaking
grassroots.
to? You see, when you read some things on the walls of pages of the newspaper, on social media, those things are just there. They're not.
You don't think those things have impact? They don't affect the way people think?
No. I just came back from Owerri last week. At the airport, I know, nobody could talk about any other thing other than NDC. Nobody. I even met some people who themselves are on social media, they are diehards.
Now, we are talking about the East. We are talking about the North.
It's what I'm talking about is what goes round. It's not just in the Southeast. Even in Lagos here, there are people who would come out and tell you, oh, we are in sync with this government. But deep down in their hearts, they won't say that. See, for me, my own problem with the APC government is the fact that APC has succeeded in pushing a lot of Nigerians into multidimensional poverty. And while we're talking about it, while Nigerians are struggling to come out of it, you are still putting more loads on them. That's the problem.
That's the problem. I'm happy that we are now talking about the APC because one of the APC chieftains, Farouk Aliyu, has defended President Bola Tinubu's decision to return Vice President Kashim Shettima as his running mate for the 2027 presidential election, arguing that the Muslim ticket has gained wider acceptance since the 2023 election. He said that the fears that Christians will be marginalized under the administration had not materialized, insisting that Tinubu has governed as a Nigerian without religious bias. But Ali also said that the APC was satisfied with keeping the winning ticket unchanged, adding that altering it could have created unnecessary political complications. He expressed confidence that Nigerians would once again support the Tinubu-Shettima ticket in 2027, despite the criticism the same faith ticket attracted from Christian groups ahead of the 2023 general elections. Now, Muslim ticket proper, APC chieftain is saying it is not going to affect anything. Do you agree with him?
Well, if my memory is correct, I remember this same is it Farouk Aliyu?
Farouk Aliyu.
I remember he had an interview not too long before now, where he said that the North, I want to be sure, I'm not really sure if it's the one, but I know somebody said something like, the North will not accept a Christian ticket.
The North will not accept a Christian ticket.
Yes.
Okay.
And
but the North has accepted.
It was also an APC stalwart. I'm going to find out.
Okay.
It was also an APC stalwart. You see, when people come, like I said, when people come on air to speak and they say they're speaking for the people, we should actually ask them, which of the people are you speaking for? Which of the people? The reason why Nigerians would say they don't want the Muslim ticket is because of the way Nigeria has been structured. I don't think that any Nigerian has forgotten, what, the 2023 Muslim ticket. But then, like I've always said, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had no other choice. If he wants to come back a second term, he can't afford to let go of Shettima.
Why?
He can't.
Is it because Shettima will likely work against him?
Well, it's going to be obvious. It's going to be obvious. It's going to be obvious.
Prince, let me ask you a direct personal question.
Yeah.
Now, being a Christian, do you feel alienated in this administration as a citizen?
As a citizen, being a Christian.
Do you feel alienated in any way because of the fact that we have our president as a Muslim, the vice as a Muslim, and you as a Christian? Do you feel any form of alienation from
the alienation I feel is the fact that the whole unity of Nigeria is at stake.
It's been for 4 years.
It's at stake. It has always been.
What will go wrong in the next 4 years if it continues?
Who knows? But
do you think anything will go wrong?
Not anything going wrong, but we're setting a very wrong precedent. If tomorrow somebody comes out from the south and decides to go on a Christian ticket, will the North accept it?
In 1993, we had a Muslim ticket, North and South. It didn't generate this level of controversy.
Yes, because
so how did we change between then
as at that time, Nigerians were living together as one.
You mean we are divided now?
Nigeria is divided. You and I know that.
In what sense?
In every sense. Nigeria is divided. The politicians have done nothing but to divide this country around religious and ethnic lines. It is painful, it is sad, but that's the truth. When you are talking about the late Abiola and Babagana Kingibe. At that time, Nigerians were not bothered where you come from. Nobody talked about religion. What Nigerians were looking forward to is the development of the country.
So how did we get to this sorry pass?
We got to this sorry pass, when we couldn't get our bearings right. When we allowed, people who were eagerly searching for power and who had nothing to offer this country to take over the reins of leadership.
Who should take responsibility, the people or the leadership?
The people.
The people.
The people allowed it. The people allowed it. That's why they say the people get the kind of leaders they deserve.
And the people are now at the receiving end, short end of the stick.
And the people are saying,
who will reverse the trend? Still the people.
Still the people.
Prince, can we have your concluding thoughts?
My concluding thought is that, as long as we keep saying that Nigeria is one, united and all of that, we need to apply it across board, from religion to ethnicity to every sphere of our life. We need to balance the equation. It is when you have a balanced equation that the people will be happy and the country can move forward.
All right, then this would be a good place to end the conversation. I've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, political affairs analyst, who joined me on Political Lens this evening. Prince, I do appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Andem Duto. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Thank God tomorrow is Friday. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights, and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV
and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk, lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count.
Very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. On the program tonight, we would begin with the Court of Appeal upholding INEC's guidelines for the 2027 general elections, overturning an earlier Federal High Court's judgment. Also, we would look at the PFI-PC controversy as it takes another legal turn with the 15 billion naira defamation suit filed by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, against Adeniyi Adeyemi. In addition, we would examine Kenneth Okonkwo's accusation of Peter Obi working against an Igbo presidency, even as Rabiu Kwankwaso calls for reconciliation between the North and the Southeast. And finally, we'll take a trip to Osun State as examine Governor Ademola Adeleke's call for visa restrictions against opposition leaders over recent political violence in the state. Join us as we break down the fact and provide you context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. With preparations for the 2027 general elections gathering momentum, Nigeria's electoral process has received a significant legal boost. The Court of Appeal has overturned the earlier judgment of the Federal High Court and affirmed the validity of the Independent National Electoral Commission's guidelines governing the conduct of political party primaries and the timetable for the submission of candidates. The Appellate Court held that INEC acted within the powers granted to it by the Constitution and the Electoral Act in issuing regulations intended to ensure orderly election preparations. The ruling effectively restores the Commission's authority to enforce its timelines, bringing clarity after a month of legal uncertainty. Political parties had previously challenged aspects of the guidelines, arguing that certain deadlines for conducting primaries and submitting candidates were too restrictive and exceeded INEC's statutory powers. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mayor John Echefo. He is a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nigerians.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Benson Abo. He is a researcher and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir. Can you hear me, Benson Abu?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I say thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome, Reda. Let me start with you. I'm sure you read this particular story about the INEC, the courts validating INEC's, being able to put up guidelines and all. What do you make about this? You know, it looks like that's a win for INEC, don't you think so?
Yeah. In the last, when the judgment was given, and in this studio, we also analyzed it. While we said it was a kudo to the judiciary, we also anticipated that INEC will definitely go to court. In respect of this matter, so many interests are involved, and those who actually want their interest to prevail will actually want INEC to go to court. If not, I do not see anything wrong from the judgment of the court for them to appeal. But I told you that day, I made it clear here that definitely INEC will go to court. And let's wait to see what the outcome is from the appeal court. And from what we have heard today, appeal court is coming from a different dimension and have actually said validate INEC to say they have a right to set, and whatever timetable has been set is in conformity with the Electoral Act. So that's where we are right away. Is a victory for INEC. It's a victory for the stakeholders. It's a victory for the stakeholders, but it is not good for democracy. In an issue of this nature, it's not good for democracy. And I think if INEC goes with the timetable they have before now, is a lot of political parties, stakeholders will really not be able to fit in as it should. But all things being equal, the appeal court has passed its judgment. Let's see if the other parties, the other stakeholders concerned, will want to appeal this, they want to go to Supreme Court for a final verdict on it. If not, we may have to go with the appeal court judgment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm going to ask you two things. First, while you were speaking, you said it's a win for the stakeholders. I would want to know which stakeholders you're referring to here. And then secondly, if the other part, the parties or the YP eventually goes further, goes to the Supreme Court, wouldn't that we don't have enough time. 2027 elections just around the corner. Wouldn't that still elongate this matter the more?
Okay, when you talk about the stakeholders and the interest parties, of course, we are referring to the ruling party. We're referring to the sitting government because they appointed INEC, and INEC to a very large extent is working in line with the ruling party. And so any deviation from what INEC is doing may not go down well with the stakeholders or the ruling party. Now, in respect of going to the Supreme Court, YP has a right to go to Supreme Court. And the only thing is that at the Supreme Court, they will expedite the hearing. They're not going to start afresh. They'll look at the judgment both from the Federal High Court and the Appeal Court and see which, where and what, and then streamline things the way it should be. But if you ask me, I will ask YP to go to Supreme Court so that certain things can be made clear, and we'll be able to know the right directions.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abu. He said he would advise, let's take it from there. He said he would advise YP to go to the Supreme Court and hoping that they'll have victory in the Supreme Court. What do you make of this judgment? That's on one hand. And really, do you think that if YP decides to go further to the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court will give anything different from what the Court of Appeal has given?
You see, the INEC will have today. It's INEC that serves the interests of the ruling party. That's APC. And the judges will have today, the judiciary will have today. It's also the judiciary that serves the interest
of the ruling party. You see my colleague, what he said the stakeholders. Now, who are the stakeholders? He said the ruling party. That's it, APC. You see where APC is taking Nigeria to. Where INEC will not be independent. Where judiciary will not be independent. See, I want to use this opportunity to encourage YPP and my very good friend, Ikenga Ugochunyen, to push further. Nigerians are watching what is happening. APC will not continue to rule Nigeria. 2027, all this nonsense they are doing with Nigerian judiciary and INEC will come to an end. Because Nigerians are going to come out to put an end to all these shenanigans. Why people should go ahead? They should go to Supreme Court. Because INEC is serving us, Nigerians, not Nigerians serving INEC. So when INEC put rules that is not in line with normal democratic process of conducting election, parties have the right to challenge INEC. Individuals have the right to challenge INEC. But it's quite unfortunate that today, the highest fear we have in Nigeria is whether or either we'll get justice from the judiciary. But I will encourage YPP to go to Supreme Court. Because any day, any time that YPP got victory, that victory will be for Nigerians. You will see that the victory that INEC got today was for the stakeholders. And who are the stakeholders? APC-led federal government. So you can see it is very, very clear that we are in trouble in this country. So I'm encouraging Nigerians to make up their minds to get ready for this fight in 2027 because it's a war. And that war must be the war to save Nigeria now because this is the time that Nigeria needs to be saved.
This period, it looks like the courts often enough have actually been meddling into the issues of politics and internal politics and all that. Should courts continue to play a larger role?
APC-led federal government is the one controlling Nigerian judiciary. They are setting so many traps. And who are they doing all these things? They are doing all these things because of Peter. But Peter is wiser than them. Peter is like children of Insecurity who studied the time. He told you the other time that he will be in the bylot. And today, Peter is in the bylot. Peter is like idea that the time have come. Nothing can stop him. So you see all these things they are doing. Nigerians are watching them. It's quite unfortunate that someone like President Tinubu will be the person who is doing these things as a president in Nigeria. A man who fought Abacha is the man that Abacha is that better than him today. The thing that they are doing, Abacha cannot do it. They have shown that Abacha regime is better than this government we are seeing today. It's quite unfortunate. And we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. This is the time to put a stop to all this nonsense so that Nigeria can move forward. Yeah.
This is everything that is being done is as a just to ensure that Peter Obi is because of Peter Obi.
Yes.
But let's look at it. Peter Obi, it's not in all the parties.
Peter Obi is the face of the new Nigeria. And Peter Obi is also the face of opposition now in Nigeria. Look at him that Peter joined ADC. Everybody to ADC. Peter joined NDC. Everybody to NDC. Now, Sariki DC took it as an advantage to defraud Nigerians because of Peter's popularity. But we'll come to that. We'll come to that.
Okay, let me come back to you, Mr. Abo. You know, when you look at this, looking at this particular judgment that the court gave today, would you really look at it as strengthening INEC's independence and credibility? We know that yes, INEC should be independent. We know that yes, INEC should be allowed to set some guidelines that ensure the administration of the election and to ensure that everything is done as it should. Doesn't this judgment strengthen INEC's independence and credibility?
Thank you very much. When you talk about independent, the question is INEC actually independent? Are they really independent? From what? Where are they? The last 2023, the result and every other thing, does it indicate or tells us that INEC has any independent? INEC does not have a say. For INEC to have a say, the nomination of the INEC chairman should not come from the presidency. As long as you appoint somebody, he will actually dictate how you should play the game. So INEC independent should not be tied to the presidency. INEC candidate, the chairman of INEC should not be tied to the presidency. And as long as the president appoints the INEC chairman, INEC will not be independent. That's number one. Number two, the judgment of today, for me, does not show the independence of INEC. What it shows, obviously, is the interests of the stakeholders is being made manifest. Because INEC in itself, if INEC is to do the right thing, they won't do what they are doing right now. It's just like when President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana talks about neo-colonialism. You see the African independent, but behind the independence, somebody is controlling and monitoring. And that's exactly what it is like in INEC. INEC is there in name. There are people behind who tells INEC what to do, how to do it, and how to go about it. So there is no independent. I do not see the independent nature coming from this thing. What has manifested in the judgment from the judiciary is that the stakeholders who actually want it the way they want have actually gone to press button and allow things to come so that it will favor them. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that there's a need for, for the INEC's chairman not to be appointed by the president. When you look at that, really, it looks like Nigeria still has a long way to go in actually getting to that point. Don't you think so? Because that has to be a constitutional, be on a constitutional basis for us to be able to do that. Because if what we have at the moment is the appointment of INEC chairman by the president, but if Nigeria wants to go through that route, you think that would actually solve our problems?
Yeah, if INEC, like I said, if INEC chairman is to be independent, and INEC as a body is to be independent, everything about INEC, their locations, their appointment, and every other thing should completely be out of the presidency.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation before I come back to Mayor. The legal battle surrounding the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, PFIPC, continues to widen. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, has filed a 15 billion naira defamation suit against Adeniyi Adeyemi over statements he allegedly made linking the Chief of Staff to the PFIPC controversy. According to court documents, Gbajabiamila argues that allegations of false, malicious, and damaging to his personal reputation as well as his public office. He's asking the court to award damages and compel Adeyemi to retract the statement and publish a public apology. The suit comes barely days after his arrest, which followed a bench warrant by a federal high court after he failed to appear for arraignment on criminal charges connected to the PFIPC controversy. Before the arrest warrant was issued, Adeyemi had written to President Bola Tinubu claiming his life was in danger and requesting that investigations into the matter be expanded beyond the independent corrupt practices and other related offences commission. Let me come to you, Mayor. What do you make of this Gbajabiamila suit against the DG of the PFIPC?
Baja should resign first. All this thing he's doing, we Nigerians, we know the truth, we know lies in it. He's a partner to Adeyemi. And when the business did not go well again, there is problem. Adeyemi have come out to tell Nigerians what has been happening. Are you telling me, even if a blind man, that this kind of thing will be happening and Baja is not part of it? How was the ministry involved in budget? If you look at, are they talking to blind, even a blind man can hear. What you will tell a blind man is there is no oil in a soup. You cannot tell a blind man there is no salt or pepper in a soup. He's eating. So we know Nigerians know the truth. Baja should stop dribbling us, going suing Adeyemi 15 billion, doing that. He should first of all resign his position as chief of staff. He should first of all resign his position as chief of staff and allow independent investigation and probe to take place. You cannot be chief of staff and you are using your position to intimidate Adeyemi and you are coming here to tell us blah, 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 blah. It's nonsense. Absolute arrant nonsense. It shows the level of criminality, the level of embezzlement, the level of corruption that is going on under APC-led federal government by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They are all part of this criminality. So Baja should resign. He should not be chief of staff and using his contact in the presidency to intimidate Adeyemi. What they are doing to Adeyemi is intimidation. And maybe where they kept him, they are torturing him for him to accept their own terms. So that he can come before the Nigerians and say, hey, Nigerians will know the truth. You will only tell a blind man that there is no oil in a soup. But you cannot tell a blind man there is no pepper or salt in a soup because that soup enters his mouth and has the taste of the soup. So Baja is just, Nigerians have known that Baja, the character he has portrayed is not the character that people have been seeing before. We have seen that the man who is chief of staff to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a crooked man. A man that we cannot trust. So he should first of all resign his position so that independent investigation can take place. All these things seen Adeyemi 15 million, defamation, all those things are they want, you want to use it and cover his criminality. Enough is enough.
Then that the very last actually the chief of staff should resign. But when you look at it, he hasn't resigned. He doesn't seem to be looking to resign.
Because he wants to stick to power, to use the power to intimidate Adeyemi, to cover his crime. He wants to stick to power to cover his crime. That is why he don't want to resign. Let him resign. Let an independent investigators investigate him. Both of them were involved in a criminal act. So both of them should be handed over to the police to investigate them. Not only Adeyemi. He's a partner with Adeyemi. He's a partner in crime with Adeyemi.
Okay, let me come to you, Mr. Abu. You know, Gbajabiamila Miller told the court that Adeyemi Matthew had admitted, not in an interview he had recently, had admitted not meeting him in person. He actually did not meet Gbajabiamila Miller in person, or independently verifying the identity of the person he believed to be the chief of staff, as all communications were allegedly conducted through the late Tani Mola, who we know that is actually dead at the moment. Does this, Mr. Abu, does this in any way exonerate Gbajabiamila Miller, or do you toe the line of mayor that there's a need for Gbajabiamila Miller to, step back a bit and allow, independent investigation? When I mean step back, like resign from office or step away from the office for a while and allow this and allow independent investigation on this particular matter.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, this matter is has a lot of faces. We are not just talking only about Gbajabiamila, but we are talking about the presidency. The secretary to the federal government is involved. Yeah. How did Adeyemi and his agency, how did they get accommodation in the secretariat? And others. like my colleague did mention, National Assembly is involved. How would National Assembly pass a budget for an agency that is said not to have existed and yet they have a budget? Central Bank of Nigeria is involved because an account is opened in the name of that same agency that is said not to have existed. So, when you talk about Bajamila, the chief of staff to the president, if he's indicted, the president himself is indicted. So you can see the diverse multiple faces of this matter. From all facts available, even if Bajamila will be free, first, Adeyemi has said he has not met him personally, and they have not met physically, and they have not communicated. So how are we sure that the middleman who is said to have been killed or have died, how are we sure that the middleman who claimed to represent Bajamila actually is representing Bajamila? How are we sure that there is no mafians who are there getting this, using the names of those in government to make money for themselves, in all ramification? So it's a very technical matter that wherever you take it to, Bajamila will be free, because the person involved, you cannot have any claim, no document. The witness who is supposed to stand to actually say this is the person is no longer alive. So except forensic audit is carried out to ascertain the money that he claimed to have paid, Adeyemi claimed to have paid to this guy, which account, and then forensic audit should be done on the late young man's account to know how this money was shared. And then forensic audit should be done on the major persons involved, if we want to get into the truth, to rival the truth out here. But now, so these are the cases. Now, when you talk about independent investigators, who are these independent investigators? EFCC, ICPC, they are all appointees of the presidency. So, except when we talk about independent investigator, except we go out of our way and allow other people outside Nigerian jurisdiction to handle it, at that point you can have justice. But as long as I'm concerned, this matter, Bajamila cannot be indicted in this matter because the facts are not there. And if they are to go into investigation, a lot of things will come up. All the things we see at the surface level, if you ask me, Adeyemi should just forget and then make a public declaration, because he will not go far. I'm praying that he survive it, this matter. At the court, the police, everybody are all in the hand of the presidency. So where do you expect justice to come from? So I think these are my opinion on this matter. And we need to look at it critically, from all angles. And for the fact that Adeyemi himself has said he has not met Bajamila and all that, it shows that he has questions to answer to Nigerians. All things being equal, yes, we are very skeptical about the matter. We are not saying Bajamila is completely free, because behind every accusation, there must be some element of truth involved in it. Why Bajamila and not any other person? These are the questions that a critical mind will raise. However, from all indication and evaluation and analysis, you can actually say that it is not going to favor Adeyemi in any way. So, and all the cry he's making, appealing to the presidency. When you accuse the chief of staff to the presidency, to the president, then you're also accusing the president, and you're appealing to the president again. in this dimension. So let's see how it goes. As day goes by, as the case unfolds, the truth we will try to see. But Nigerians know the truth, and we know where this case will end. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, you said as the case, of course, as the days unfold, as the days go by, rather, this case will definitely unfold, and we get to hear more about it. But while you were speaking, you said that there's a need for Adeyemi to make a public declaration, and I'm wondering, public declaration on what? He did not know, that he doesn't know who Gbajabiamila is. What exactly do you think he should make a public declaration on? And also the Senate, which is one of the group of persons that you mentioned while you were speaking, and has come out, he twice actually have rejected a request to launch an independent investigation. One of the senators have actually come up at some point. One of the senators came up to ask for them to investigate, for them to launch, an investigation into this particular matter, how the money for this PFIPC, or how the budget for the PFIPC got into the budget 2026, and the Senate declined. Again, another senator brought this up just on Wednesday, which is yesterday, and again the Senate rejects it, saying that the matter is already in the court and that there's no need for them to do that. But do you really think that there's no need for the Senate to actually do the needful, because they've been indicted? It's just like you having someone tell you that you gave a check to someone, but you did not. You want to know, how did this person get my signature and all of that? But the Senate trying to take their hands off this particular case, doesn't this indict them the more?
Well, you have just said it all. While I was doing my analysis, I made it clear that in one phase, the Senate is involved. Because for them to have passed the budget of this country and make allocation to this agency, and without proper investigation, at the end of it all, it means they know something about it. So if they know something about it and you're asking them to investigate, you are also telling them to unravel what they already know of. So their declining is not a new thing to me. I expect that I expect them to decline from attending to it. And as long as it affects the presidency, you should expect that nothing will come out of it in the Senate.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, let me come back to you. Beyond the personalities involved, has the PFIPC controversy exposed the weaknesses in government appointment verification systems?
I said it the other time, that if I open my mouth in Nigeria, Nigeria will shake from its pillars. Before 2027 election, you will see more of this kind of problems, because a lot of criminality is going on under federal government-led APC by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Have you asked? I'm asking. Have Nigeria asked where is all the money they are borrowing? Where are those money going? Where are our internal revenue? Where is it going? So many, the level of corruption, the level of embezzlement going on under this federal government led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu APC is terrible. They have destroyed Nigeria. That's why I keep saying this. Nigerians should come out in 2027 to stop this criminality, to stop this abnormality, to stop this corruption. Because if we fail to stop this will destroy Nigeria and end Nigeria. That's why I keep saying it. That the only man that has the Magna Charter to change Nigerian economy for better is Mr. Peter Gringo Yobi. That is the only chance that Nigerians have now to save Nigeria. That's the only man that has something upstairs to change Nigeria economy that will benefit both the poor and the rich. A lot of things are going on. Don't worry. We'll keep saying that. We'll not keep quiet. From this moment, we'll keep unveiling the criminality that is going on under this late federal government by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You see, they are trying to cover this Baja issue. Other ones are coming up. Up to today, we don't know President Bola Ahmed Tinubu classmates. His case in America up to today, we have not come to a conclusion of that case. You know, a lot of things are going on. We have never seen it like this before. But Nigerians, I'm encouraging Nigerians to don't give up. They should rise in 2027 and put a stop to this. Because we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. We have tried this, but they have failed. The time to stop them is now, so that Nigeria can move forward.
Is actually in line with Peter Obi. Fresh political exchanges within Nigeria's opposition have once again risen ahead of the 2027 elections. Spokesperson for the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, Kenneth Okonkwo, has alleged that Peter Obi is working against the emergence of an Igbo president. Okonkwo argued that Obi's political decisions and alliances have weakened what he describes as the Southeast collective aspiration to produce Nigeria's next president. Allegation adds another chapter to the increasingly public disagreements between both former political allies. Meanwhile, former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso has urged Nigerians to move beyond regional divisions. Speaking during an engagement, Kwankwaso said the Southeast is not an enemy of the North and called for forgiveness, dialogue and national reconciliation. According to him, lasting national development depends on rebuilding trust across Nigeria's ethnic and regional divides rather than deepening political suspicion. I'll come to you first. I'll come to you later. Let me get to, because I know you have a lot to say, but I'll come to you. Let me come to you, Mr. Abu. What do you make of this? This allegation or this accusation by Kenneth Okonkwo?
My brother and friend, Kenneth Okonkwo, I don't know what to say, but I think I respect him so much. But at this point in time, I think he has to think twice and be careful with the comments and statements he is making. I don't think he's speaking for the Igbo people. That's number one. I don't think Kenneth is speaking for the Igbo people. If you ask me, I will tell you Kenneth is actually working for his personal interests. Maybe he is a better candidate for the presidency to represent the Southeast. But I am aware, from my opinion and school of thought, I know that a lot of those from the Igbos are behind Peter Obi aspiration, because they see him as a region that actually flow from the Igbo line. Now, for him to say what he has said, I think Peter Obi has every right to be the president of this country. And if he's under any platform he wants to come, if he actually foresee challenges and problems, he has a right to move. He is coming from the fact that Peter Obi left ADC to NDC, and therefore he feels that NDC should be the platform for which opposition should be able to stand, and that if Peter Obi stands in ADC, he stands a better chance of being the president. And leaving ADC implies that he is making the Igbos to lose their opportunity or chances. But I want to say that opinion or that view or that analysis does not stand. Before ADC, ADC did not have the cloud that actually should be called ADC until Peter Obi got into that party. And when he left, a lot of the members from ADC left with him, apart from those who have political interests and feel that if they go to NDC, they will not see the chance of being represented. So I disagree with him 100%, and I do not share the same opinion and view with his position. He has a right to his views, and I respect him for that. But I want to disagree 100% that Peter Obi is actually not making the Igbos to lose their chances. There are so many Igbo men and women in government, and he did not stop anybody. Nobody stopped any of them from coming out under any political party to express his interest. So for him to say that, I don't agree with him. I think that's all I will want to say. You know, what we see now is a reflection of a video or a home video my brother Kenneth Okonkwo was part of. That is living in bondage. I think he should take a second look at it, in that living in bondage. Is he actually manifesting right now? Because sometimes when you in attempt to allow certain things becloud your sense of reasoning, you may be actually be in bondage or in control over that very particular thing. When you get into politics, you have to be careful on the class and the people you associate yourself with. My brother Kenneth should look at where he is right now. Is he supposed to be there? If he's convinced of his being there, good. If he's not, he should retrieve his stuff and join Peter Obi in his presidency campaign. Thank you.
Okay, joining Peter Obi in his presidency ambition might just be it's very like a long rope, really, something that I really don't think that would happen. But let's look at it. Let me come to you.
It can happen. He was a
supporter. Yes, I know, but of course, nothing can actually happen. Yes, I know that.
Yes, even if Peter Obi take him to court today, they are brothers. It's a matter of humbling himself and say, my brother, I have erred. I'm sorry. Peter Obi will withdraw that case from court. So there is nothing that cannot be done. Let him retrieve his step now that the sun is still shining. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abu. Mayor, one of the things he said here that Kenneth Okonkwo, he said he was trying to talk about the emergence of Amechi as vice president, and he said it's favorable because it's going to kind of is making ADC the surest path to Igbo presidency. But this is the same Kenneth Okonkwo that when Amechi emerged as the vice president of vice presidential candidate for Atiku or running mate of Atiku, he was not happy about it, and now it looks like he's changing his speech or changing his mouth. Let me, like we say in local parlance. What do you make about all of this before we round off?
Number one, Kenneth is talking what I call babash. For Kenneth to come out and start accusing P2B of such, it shows that Kenneth is talking arrant nonsense. He's talking babash. He's speaking from the side of his stomach. If there is a man to blame who is destroying the chances of their own region to become president, it's Atiku Abubakar. Atiku don't supposed to contest the election in 2027 because this is the time of the South. This same Atiku was the man who said it was Wike that destroyed zoning in PDP. That's why he come out to contest and win Wike. Now, you and P2B, we are in the same party, ADC. Is Wike in ADC with you? No. Why can't you allow that zoning to continue? You keep telling people that ADC was from Yapalo. Because of that, he have the monopoly to be the lord of ADC. Then Peter should be your vice. Almost every leader in this country, find it to talk to Atiku. Please, allow Peter to go. Peter have agreed to go for one tenor. Then Paul go back to the north. Atiku said no. Then Kenneth is coming to talk this nonsense. Kenneth is owing Igbo's apology. I tell you the truth, God mark my word. Kenneth Okonkwo is owing Igbo's apology for making this kind of unguided statement because he's talking rubbish and babas. Yes, that's the truth. Kenneth is talking barbers. It's nonsense. He owes Igbo nation an apology. It's the South that will produce president. And the best candidate we have from the South, whether President Tinubu is there, whether anybody, is Peter Obi. And the whole world have seen it. The only man that after talking said, go and verify. Tell me any Nigerian, tell me any African president that can be bold enough to say, go and verify everything about me. That I'm clean. And Kenneth is there talking because of maybe how much they paid him to be Atiku. If Atiku had paid Kenneth to be his spokesman, he should find out where Atiku is doing well and promote Atiku. Not every time P2B. What has P2B done to them? Nothing. Except that P2B is a clean man who everybody is waiting for to rule Nigeria and make Nigeria a better place. It's like what Saiki is doing today. I'm just sorry that P2B is in that party. But I know after 2027 election, when Peter have won, we'll sit down and think about it. And I'm also telling Peter, we should look beyond NDC to secure our vote in 2027. Because some of these people will not protect our vote in 2027.
Of course, we're out of time. And, you know, that matter of NDC and Peter Obi being there, it's a matter of internal party politics.
No. See. We are Nigerians are the people that will protect Peter Obi's vote. That's why I'm calling on all Nigerians to look beyond NDC and work for Peter. Because Peter is the man who have brought light in NDC. And some chairmen in NDC have already been bought by APC. So if you are looking at the system of NDC to secure Peter Obi's vote, it's a lie. We Nigerians must find a way to unite ourselves to protect Peter Obi's vote so that this victory in 2027 will be sure.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. Of course, everyone is hoping that that the victory, what is good for Nigerians, what is good for Nigerians would be what would happen.
Primary. was beaten.
Mayor, we're out of time already. I know you have a lot to say, but we're out of time already. We're out of time. Thank you very much, Mayor, for being a part of the issues. And thank you as well, Benson Abu, for being a part of the issues. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Don Jazzy is a name synonymous with music, talent discovery, and production in Nigerian music industry. Born Michael Collins Ajere On November 26, 1982, Don Jazzy grew up in Ajegule in Lagos State, where he honed his skills in music playing drums for churches. Co-founding Mo Hits Records in 2005. Don Jazzy's production skills and collaborations with artists like D'banj catapulted him to fame. His unique blend of Afrobeat, hip-hop, and pop created timeless hits like Dorobuchi and Chop My Money. A recipient of numerous awards, including several BET Award nominations, Don Jazzy's impact on Nigerian music is undeniable, having impacted on the careers of Tiwa Savage, Ricardo Banks, Crayon, Corey Bello, and others. Today, Don Jazzy's Marvin Records empire is solidifying his position as a music mogul. Don Jazzy also focuses on giving back, supporting education and music initiatives. Don Jazzy is a
Welcome aboard hashtag on Voptv. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things topical and all things trending. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. Us, because it's a whole team working together, that this is a flawless production. That said, we will begin with the very first hashtag, hashtag security. I'm almost stammering because I got two sound fantastic guests. So the first session of the show is going to be with a retired DSS director, Mike Ejiofor. Mr. Ejiofor is a very gracious, and he didn't give us any kind of trouble at all when we asked him to join us. Sir, it's such a pleasure for you to come aboard. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So you are known to be one of the proponents of state police. I'm sure you are very happy that that has become a thing in Nigeria, even though there is a huge debate about it being abused by state governors. So let me take you back memory lane not too long ago, where you said that the Southwest has become... Okay, let me pause a little bit. I'm told that your phone is upside down. Can you try to fix it so that we can see you clearly? All right, so let me go on with what I was saying earlier on. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Ejiofor. So you had said that the Southwest has become the darling of terrorists. As weird as that sounds, you said that this is where they are coming now in the Southwest, and that they've abandoned the Southeast as well as the South-South. Now, I would like to ask you the reason for that comment you just made, seeing as you are just the right man to give us an inside scoop. What do you think is the reason for this statement you made?
Like you rightly said, I have been a proponent of the state police, because just like security challenges are local, the solutions are also local. You can't know my house better than myself. So the state police will be drawn from the localities involving the traditional rulers. You recall that I have always given an example with Ondo State, for instance, that has been very effective in terms of Amotekun, that is very well organized, and I've not seen them abusing the rights of citizens or the governor using them. So the people who argue that the state police will be abused, I might share some sentiments there, but we cannot throw the baby with the bathwater away. Yep. So it's important that we establish the police.
Yeah, but before you go on, right, you used Amotekun as an example. Recall that, I mean, Southwestern governors have said the Amotekun is not even as powerful as they want it to be. They've not been allowed to carry arms. They don't have as much power as state police or state police commissioners are going to be having. So would you say that's a perfect example to use? Would you say it's a perfect parallel to draw? I'm just picking your brains here.
Yeah, I can tell you that virtually all states in the federation have their own state police. In one task force or vigilante or the other. It's just a question of formalizing it. And I'm happy that the National Assembly is also working out modalities to ensure that the police is not abused, like when the leader of the House talk about the first line of funding. But it's not sufficient to say first line of funding, because you are seeing in the justice and the judiciary, they have first line. In INEC, for instance, they have first line. But you still have some political interference. But I believe that the National Assembly will come out with some safeguards so that it will not be abused. So let us, we have come for we can't continue to do the same thing the same way and expect different results. That's what we have been doing, going around circles.
All right. So tell us about it. Why do you think Southwest has become the place for terrorists and not the Southeast and not the South-South?
Well, you see, first of all, the South-South, for instance, is proliferated with arms. You recall that the agitation started from the South-South. The Southeast has its own problems of arms with the agitation of sovereign state of Biafra. So the Southwest, where the president comes from, these people want to, and you know that the Southwest is also very vibrant in media and publicity. So these people decided to use the Southwest to give the maximum publicity. You know that terrorist groups also thrive on propaganda. So they wanted to use this to show, like the Ansaru that carried out the attack in Oyo. They just wanted to make a statement, and I think that's what they have done. But unfortunately, they made their doom with our security forces who have been collaborating and working together to ensure that this place is safe. But we are still having some attacks, in some isolated attacks. But with concerted efforts, I believe that our security forces shall overcome them.
All right. So I'm going to take you out of the Southwest, but let me even say amen to the prayer you just made. I say amen to that. So let's talk about other parts of the country. You do know that the North Central, talking about Plateau and Benue, both states are under fire right now. In fact, this fire has spread to Kogi State as well. You have a history with Kogi. I'm going to come to that in a short while. But some days ago, some teachers and students sitting for their NECO exams were kidnapped in Kogi State. Prior to that, in Benue State, there was some huge terrorist attack. And we saw the Idoma professionals come out to say that the Benue State governor is complicit, that the Ochidoma, talking about the royal father of the Idomas, had intelligence, but he was unable to reach security operatives. And so how would you explain the spread of terrorism now to the North Central, away from the Southwest?
Well, I think we must be able to make some distinction. In Kogi State, for instance, most of these terrorist groups are majorly people from Kogi State. Even the people operating in the Northeast, especially Borno, most of them are indigenous of Kogi State. So we will not be surprised that they're having some isolated attacks in Kogi State. But for Benue and Plateau, these I would not say are purely terrorist attacks. These are issues of land between the herders and the indigenes. So they are distinct issues that must be looked at its own merit. So that's why you have that the issue in Benue and Plateau and festering is not purely the terrorist group like the Ansaru and the Boko Haram that have been operating in the Northeast. Issue of land, that is what is worrying them there. But you see also have a flow over to Kogi State, even though, like I explained, most of the terrorists are indigenous of Kogi State.
Before I bring you back to the incident, your history with Kogi State, let me take you back to something you have said. You said that the late PMB, the late President Muhammadu Buhari, in one of the interviews he granted some of the publications, you said the late President Muhammadu Buhari had said that every year 10,000 policemen must be employed. But that order wasn't followed. Because you seem to have a lot of faith in the police. I mean, let's talk about the Metaseni group. It was the police that quashed it, and it was still Buhari that headed it. So do you think then that mass employment of policemen is the solution right now, including state policing?
Well, mass employment is not the solution. We also need to deploy technology. We also improve the welfare of the staff. The police command, as it is now, is too centralized for effective monitoring of the country. So that's why I've talked about the creation of state police. And the governors will tell you that they just be a chief security officer by nomenclature. They have no control. But if they own this, I think they will have effective control. Don't also forget that the same governors have been helping in equipping the Nigerian police force and the other security agencies. So when they own it, it becomes more effective for them to control. I must at this point also note that it's not all the states that can afford the establishment of state police. But if states that are seriously challenged should set it as a priority to ensure that state police is established in their various states to tackle their various security challenges.
All right, very well said. Thank you. And also, I must thank you for distinguishing what's happening in Benue, Kogi, as well as other parts of the North Central, and acts of terrorism. I thank you for that clarity. Now, I'm saving I thank you. I'm saving the last for best. The best for last. Yeah. Let me take you back to Oyo. So the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, has called on the United Nations to come investigate the Oyo kidnap because he's suspecting that there must have been some breach somewhere. He's also saying that if there was some kind of negligence on the side of the security apparatus, he wants to know who's responsible, and that person or that group must be brought to book. Now, there's been so much uproar about that. The senator slammed him. A number of people have said it's not right for you to do that. Nigeria is a sovereign state. Jimo Ibrahim also has said, no, the UN is not going to do that. But then again, there are lots of people who are saying that Seyi Makinde is really right to have done what he did. Would you say that truly there must have been some form of breach in Oyo to have resulted to what happened? Never mind that it happened just shortly after Seyi Makinde made a declaration that he wanted to become Nigeria's president. What's your take on this?
Well, if you look at the trend from 2014 towards election, there's upsurge in attacks by all these terrorist groups. You remember the Chibok girl in 2014, just before the election. In that case, the Goodluck administration had to postpone the election for 2 weeks. And during Buhari's regime, there was also a spike before the election. So this is not an exception, and I don't think we should politicize it. I don't know what with all due respect, I don't know what the governor is saying that we are not seeing for him to call on the United Nations to come and begin to interfere in our internal affairs. I think it's uncalled for. But in his own defense, he was also saying, I read one of his articles when he was talking about the federal government being accused of Chibok girls, and now the governor is being accused. So it's all these bric-brac, bric-brac is not necessary. I don't think what should concentrate ourselves on is to ensure that this scourge facing us is tackled.
Thank you. So let's talk about your ordeal some years ago in Kogi State, same Kogi State. In fact, I have a screenshot of one of the interviews you granted shortly after you were released. You were kidnapped, yourself and some others, when you were traveling by road. And I'm so glad you're alive to tell us this story. That's it. This is the leadership. And hey, guys, this was 2 years ago. Soldiers kidnapped me, says ex-DSS chief Mike Ejiofor. By the way, Mike Ejiofor is the person we are talking to now. So this story went viral when you broke the news and all. But the clincher was the fact that you said it was soldiers and that they even recognized you and you heard them speaking to each other that this one now are Ogao and all. Would you want to tell us a little bit about that? And does it even blow your mind that you were kidnapped by soldiers? Because you said they demanded a ransom and you had to pay. So walk us down memory lane and tell us if that is something Nigerians should still be scared about.
I don't like visiting that issue.
I know, right?
But since,
so let me spare you. Let me spare you.
No, since you have asked, no, I'll talk about it.
Okay.
At least for others to learn. And that is why we are continuing in the fight against this terrorism. They will have insiders who are operating with this terrorism. They don't operate alone. We also have locals who operate with them. Like I said, it's not soldiers alone. About 12 of them that were involved in my kidnap, 4 of them were serving soldiers because they told me that if after 4 days, and they were on pass for 4 days, and that if my people don't do anything to get me released, they will leave me there with these bandits. Before this incident, I had always insisted that people should not pay ransom. But unless it happens to you, the government does not even admit paying ransom.
But do they?
I will not also. Like you said, I would not also say that I paid ransom, but at least I was released. Government has told it. But if it happens to you, it's your decision to take whether to pay ransom or not. And that's where I keep it, and I continue to maintain that. So I never told anybody, I never admitted that I paid ransom, but at least there were negotiations and I was released.
Okay, negotiation. Let's settle for that. It's very diplomatic. It's a diplomatic language, but I'll take it. Let me ask you this question. Were your perpetrators brought to book? I mean, the perpetrators of your kidnap, were they brought to book?
Well, I wouldn't know, but, there were so many arrests made then, and I was not called to identify some of them. So many arrests were made there, but I believe they were brought to book, but not to my knowledge.
All right, so you gave us just 20 minutes, and it's precious to me. So 2 more things, and I'll let you go, sir. So now that we've talked about this ransom issue, you said, really, before it happened to you, you would say, do not pay ransom. So shortly after the Oyo pupils, as well as their teachers, were released, another farmer in Oyo State was kidnapped. He's not been released yet. We've not heard anything about it. But his kidnappers are demanding 30 million naira. Should ransom be paid, or what do you think? Or should the soldiers go head to toe like they did with the other kidnappers?
You see, the problem is that when ransom is paid, people don't tell government because they are involved. They want their relations released. So in that case, they can go and pay ransom without telling government. But government also negotiates. I believe they negotiate. They have not told me that they pay ransom, but I believe they pay ransom. But you can see what happened in Oyo. It speaks for itself. Arrests were made, and some of them were neutralized. But in other cases, we just hear the people have been released without any arrest being made, no casualties and all this. So I think we must commend our security forces in this matter, and I believe that they will continue in that drive to ensure that other people who are still in captivity are released.
Yes, you talked about what happened in Oyo. There were casualties on both sides, both the kidnapper side and both the security operatives. Now, before we go to ransom payment, international best practices, is it ideal? Is it ideal?
It's not. International best practices, no country, even America, pays ransom, but they will tell you they don't pay ransom because that would be talking from a weak point. No government will admit paying ransom. So what it means is that we'll continue to look for alternatives. You remember, we'll continue to use it as an example, that American that was kidnapped and brought to Sokoto, how he was released. And our people have done the same thing without paying ransom. So I believe that the society is dynamic, our approaches are dynamic, and we'll continue to fight this war to win the war.
Yeah, I like that you're ending on that optimistic note. But just to put you a little bit on the hot seat, look, you can refuse to answer this question or not. I won't hold you to it. What do you make, really, in 1 minute, what do you make of the reintegration of repentant terrorists into Nigeria's security architecture? Do you want to answer that question?
For me, I've related with the military, and they've told me no repentant bandit was integrated into the army. But I am against, you recall that some of them who were reintegrated even came back and killed their Senator Ndume's uncle. So we are still at the middle of this war. And besides, they have not told us what they are looking for. So why reintegrate them? Why pardon them? I am against it, and I'll continue to stand against that.
All right, but thank you for answering that. You seem to think that this thing is not rocket science and Nigeria eventually will win this war against terrorism. Is that your sentiment?
Very well. We win it. By the grace of God, we shall.
Amen. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we've been speaking with Mike Ejiofor. Mike Ejiofor is a retired DSS director. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Professor Khalifa Dikwa joins me, very professor. I'm going to talk about some very pressing issues. Professor Dikwa is the Dean Bruno Elders Forum. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
Welcome everyone. It is still hashtag on Voptv. If you just joined, I am Vivian Oguche, and like I said before the short break, Professor Khalifa Dikwa, he is Dean Bruno Elders Forum, and he joins me right now. Professor Dikwa, it's such a pleasure to have you join me again. Welcome, sir. Professor, can you hear me? If you can you unmute your device so that I can hear you clearly? Oh, it looks like we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk some more. Stay with us.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It looks like we're not going to take that break anymore because I can hear Professor Khalifa, Professor Dikwa. Professor, welcome. Did you hear my question?
No, not yet. Thank you.
Okay.
It's on the way.
It's on the way. Thank you. So I'm getting ahead of myself. So I don't know if you had my conversation. I don't know if you had my conversation with Mike Ejiofor, former DSS director. Did you catch any part of that conversation?
Yes, to Mike Ejiofor.
Do you want to react a little bit to what he said?
I heard him about being integrated and so on. This is something that has been in all the dictionary, that it never in history of the world prior to even end the war, nobody has ever been reintegrated, or it was nonsensical. That was the sensitive and to have done so. Those who are telling us where it is happening in their own country, let them give us an example. Anywhere in Europe, when they had war with Ireland, when they had another one between Argentina and England, between America and England, did they have such a thing? Why? In case of Nigeria, they were just deceitfully important, and our leaders were seemed to be just play along, swallowing everything, which is unfortunate. Instead of asking those who know certain things, they prefer to keep it within their own cocoon. It's unfortunate. It cannot be possible to accommodate the criminal, the killer, who killed many and traumatized many, to be accommodated and given enough time to breathe while their victims are still groaning in serious agony. It is an insult on our collective intelligence as Nigerians.
So
yes, please.
So you heard Mr. Ejiofor. He said that he talked to the army brass and they said no repentant bandit has been recruited into the Nigerian army, even though we hear otherwise from others.
I heard him.
Do you think that's true?
I'm not talking about their reintegration. I've not heard about that one officially, because we have any one example of anybody from Boko Haram been reintegrated. It was just what do you call it, a concoction somewhere else. It is not possible. It is not true, because we did not even allow them to even come into the society. I suggested ab initio that if Nigeria is so desperate to listen to outsiders, then it can take these insurgents, take them to the country that is telling Nigeria to do it. They can accommodate them in their own country, or take them away to another country until the victims are fully reintegrated and back to their farms and beginning to pick up their pieces of life until they begin to forget about the past. But for now, people are still groaning and the war has not ended. And therefore, it is not logical at all. I said it many times ago from the day one. I said it was not possible. These are killers, no matter what they took as drug. I know that there is a disorienting drug that takes away the sense of humanity. It is produced somewhere in take it, they are even itching to kill their own parents to start with in order to qualify to be leaders of those insurgencies.
Professor,
and therefore,
Professor,
special drugs, special guns and money. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'd like for you to continue with that thought. We lost connection with you a little bit. You said there's a drug that takes away the humanity of these bandits or terrorists. I mean,
yes.
And you said they are produced where? Did you say the East?
Yeah. No, it's in American the disease control. In America, Atlanta, somewhere else. Then it is called LSD. It takes away the human senses completely, making them to even look for death and going into fire, burning fire without fearing.
So it's not producing.
That was how once they take it, they become completely robotic in their behavior, taking only one instruction from their commander and nobody else. They will go into anywhere. They finish that order before they even start to looking at their own bodies. That was how animalistic and they were made of. That drug made them sound and act like beasts. They're actually beasts. The way they slaughter people, it has never happened. And it is the same ideology, Vivian. The same thing happening in Libya, the same thing in Somalia. It happened also in Afghanistan, the same ideology of slaughtering a human being like a ram, just to dehumanize and demean the quality of a human being. Why this kind of when I did some research and I discovered that it had to do with some racism behind it, the way they called anything black as negative. They said African, what do you call it, that disease that had to do with monkeys and so on.
AIDS?
Everything.
Are you talking about AIDS?
Had to do with
are you talking about
yes.
AIDS? So let me run this by you. What I hear you say is that this very evil drug is produced in the US, but somehow terrorists in Nigeria, you said some of the terrorists in Nigeria have had access to it, that it has filtered into Nigeria. It's what I hear you say, right?
Let me say it again. There was no way you could deny it, because Nigerians and even the people of this country, the leaders know, and they never spoke about the choppers landing and flying out of the country. Why the silence over it? Foreigners landing with choppers, dropping logistics, including guns, and with guns, money. With guns and money, the next one to kill anybody in order to drive them away from their lands. It is about land grabbing, to drive away the people. The same thing in Benue, Plateau, and so on. It is because of the resources. And you can't see anybody to catch. They cannot catch them because they do those operations at night. And then they pick them, they go away. In the morning, our own people look around to start suspecting those who are close. In actual sense, they can bring them from another country where they have a base to kill and so on. At that time, I even remember when researchers from the University of Maiduguri went to Lake Chad in order to do some studies on petroleum exploration. At night, they just attacked them, killed a few of them, and left some of them. And eventually, they were able to identify them as foreigners. And I was not surprised when they said 2 days ago, they said among those who were captured, they had one Arab from Morocco, another one from Palestine, or anywhere. After all, they were dealing with mercenaries. Mercenaries after the wars of Iraq. Some of them are just happy to kill. They are just, it is just like their hobby.
Wow.
To kill human beings.
You know,
that is why they are hired to come and kill and then go. And that is why I always ask, federal government should declare a full-blown war. Forget about calling this is within Nigerians. No, these are people who are killing Nigerians. Don't give them that nationality. They are criminals. They are criminals, killers. And they don't have, they are beasts. Actually, they are beasts. And they listen. Those who are coordinating them are actually in the cities. The same thing with kidnapping. The money is given in the bush and moved into the town. And from the town, it is lodged where? Into a bank. And yet he is telling us that they cannot trail, they cannot track the money, and the bank managers cannot talk. Who are those people who are getting money? If you identify them as those who are receiving the money, you can accuse them of providing guns and other logistics to those boys, because those boys could hardly talk about 10 to 20,000 in their pockets, because they were wearing rags and so on. They knew nothing until recently when they started receiving millions and so on. But they are still underpaid.
Let me come in here, Professor.
So declare a war. I said declare a war. Let me do it once for all.
Okay. Let me come in here, Professor.
Finish them off.
You're saying...
Please give our military the weapons that are equal to the weapons being held by these criminals, by these insurgents. I don't want to call their names. Why are our own soldiers not equipped the way the other one? Why is it that not even 50% of budget is not released to them every year for all these years running.
All right, so what
the sabotage is within. We have to accuse ourselves.
So you're saying that sabotage is within the Nigerian army. You're also saying that even though the defense ministry
within the Nigerian army, there could be more, but the sabotage is within the administrative system, within the federal and the state governments.
Okay, so let's talk about.
Nigerians are accusing them of sabotaging the security system.
Let's talk about
for many years now.
Let's talk about Christopher Musa, the defense minister. I'd like for you to rate him. What do you think about his legacy so far? I mean, he received the highest when it comes to budgetary allocations, even though you're saying that they don't get all the monies that is budgeted for, and all.
I know. Christopher Musa is a complete gentleman. He didn't even just want to create a problem for the system. He was the commander. He was one of who invited our elders, elders Borno Concern Elders Forum, and after the discussions that we had, he actually requested me to give a lecture about what happened in terms of international relations, and I gave them how Western world, America and France could do this thing, and right from the first, what do you call them, civil wars. They have never liked Nigeria, even though Nigeria is itching to call them friendly countries. They are foes. They are always after their interests. They never liked Nigeria because Nigeria is a great country. If left alone for 10, 20, 30 years, Nigeria will have developed. They never wanted Nigeria to develop the basic infrastructure. That's why I keep talking about the foot soldiers who will never allow electricity to be fixed and get enough electricity, like Egypt will never allow Nigeria to fix its own refinery for petroleum products, not to talk of refining machines for the mineral resources that we have. Now, actually, the mineral resources, I had an expert talk about it. 1 liter of fuel, crude fuel, is not up to 1 gram of mineral resources, and therefore you have to have at least 4 to 5 liters of oil, crude oil, to be equal to 1 gram of mineral resources. It means Nigeria is richer, and the mineral resources will have made Nigeria much, much richer, enough money. But how can we get this kind of thing when leaders are ready to remove subsidy from education, remove subsidy from transportation? They are itching to listen to outsiders rather than listen to Nigerians who know those things. We teach them. They are, even their own politicians, big people there in America and Europe, are mostly politically ignorant. We are witnesses, we know them. Why don't our governments listen to us for all these years? If there is something to copy, they will copy from our walls without even saying thank you. Whereas other African countries from West Africa, for instance, any idea they look at your walls and it helps them, they send a word to say thank you for this idea, but not Nigerian government.
Okay, let me come in here. Let me come in here, Professor. Because I've got 2 more things I want to run by you. But what I hear you say is that Nigeria should stop running to outsiders to solve their problem, that the solution is in the hands of Nigerians. It's what I hear you say. Yeah. But
exactly.
Okay.
Look inwards.
Look inwards. All right. Thank you so much, Professor. Let's leave security now, and let's talk about the returnees, the Nigerian returnees from South Africa. It's still security related. So it is the next hashtag SA returnees. So there's been a wave of xenophobic attacks in South Africa, and Nigeria has been returning her citizens back to the country. How well would you say the country has fared in comparison to its neighbor Ghana as to taking care of its citizens?
Actually, I accuse first accuse the leaders of South Africa not to enlighten their own youth because they never knew the contribution of Nigeria and other African countries in terms of fighting the apartheid regime in the past. And Nigeria had given even asylum to many of them, gave them scholarship to many of them who went to school, and even paid billions of dollars Nigeria did for them, and even sponsored a lot of things. And actually, one of the heads of state of Nigeria paid with the capital with his life by confronting Americans who said they wanted Africans to support the party FNLA, whereas Nigeria said, we are not going to go that way. We will support MPLA of the likes of Nelson Mandela, Steve Biko, and others. And that was how they were independent, because the youth are completely ignorant. Secondly, the fault with us is that sometimes the media tends to propagate the fault of the few who are bad eggs. Some of us will go to other countries, Ghana, South Africa, Dubai, everywhere, do the wrong thing. Some of them will even go to other countries by changing their names. They don't give their real identity. They don't register with the embassies, and they float the basic laws. Sometimes they come out in the morning with towel around their waist. Just and the little thing, sometimes they even snatch their girlfriends, which is not normal in other clans. And that animosity is there for long. Why gloating over what Nigeria did to African countries? That is not correct. That's the little fault. And the same thing applies. In the 80s, imagine in Europe, for instance, when President Buhari, General Buhari at that time, 1984, for the name Buhari, credibility of Buhari alone, between Spain and Italy, because of my own spouse alone, those who are controlling the borders allowed us to go without even check. They said for Nigeria, how is Nigeria doing? How is Buhari doing? For that, the people of Spain did not check us, allowed us to go. And then it gives a very good impression when Nigerians, your own citizens, do good, give a very good impression of to others. In Barcelona, a city that is separated from Casablanca in Morocco by water, they accommodated us well. And that is why anytime they talk about football, I go for Barcelona, because of the impression the people gave us 42 years ago.
Okay, let me come in here, Professor.
These are ideal. African countries must strive to have credible leaders.
Yes.
No matter how much it takes. Leaders.
Yes, let me come in here. So
have nothing to blackmail them.
So apparently you are a Barcelona fan. So hey, you and me both. Yeah. But the thing is, you said you said in the 80s, like you have a pass. They wouldn't check you because of credibility. But
wouldn't check Nigeria.
Yeah,
yes.
But I'm going somewhere. But the reverse is the case right now. Nigerians are the most checked people right now because it looks like there's zero credibility. Which brings me back to what I was talking to you earlier about. The returnees now, Nigerian returnees from South Africa to Nigeria. How well would you say the Nigerian government has treated its people? I remember you said once upon a time that Nigerians do not love themselves, or Nigerian leaders do not love Nigerians, but you also commended Air Peace, and Onyema. You commended them, yes, for doing well. So let's talk about that. How well do you think the Nigerian government has done to cater for the needs of people who have just returned to South Africa, victims of xenophobia?
I will repeat the shame that Nigeria still hasn't got an identity in the air. Your government got rid of our Nigerian Airways. We will have had another one. The second one, Air Nigeria or whatever it is, that went down the drain. All those flimsy excuses, nobody was able to come out and say, this is exactly what happened. whether truth or corruption or whatever it is. That was not our problem, but we wanted an identity. Here in Nigeria, we're bringing up air peace, and then breaking the what you call it, the tariff, the condescending tariff of England, European, and so on, made it very easy for Nigerians to travel. Onyema of earpiece, something happened at the airport. They started showing discrimination to him, and it took the vice president to intervene. But others just kept quiet. I mean, the minister of transport at that time, minister of external affairs, and so on. Why don't we love our own? We must love our own. The same thing I talk about vehicles. This fellow who has the vehicle company somewhere is also UV, something like that. Why doesn't the Senate or National Assembly consider recommending those very beautiful standard vehicles for official use?
Let me come in here, Professor.
They import from outside. Why?
Let me come in here. Are you talking,
when are we going to love ourselves?
You're talking about innocent motors. You're talking about innocent motors, right? Innocent motors. Yes. That has to, yeah. Okay. So, but let me bring your attention back to returnees, Nigerian returnees from South Africa. Do you think the federal government is doing enough to repatriate Nigerians from South Africa back to the country? And for those of them who have arrived, do you think the federal government has done enough for them? I mean, just yesterday, we saw the governor of Edo State give 1 million to the returnees, as well as other allowances. So, do you think the federal government is doing enough?
Nigerian government will have failed woefully if Airpeace did not intervene quickly. If Airpeace was to pay how it was badly treated in the past by saying away that we have other schedules, we are not going to South Africa and so on, you will have had a lot of wahala because they will not come. Airpeace, always, if it is about Nigerians, always Airpeace will just forget about its own money and will go in search of Nigerians anywhere in the world. Why don't we give Airpeace that credit and say for saving us? This is what I want, because again, I want to see something from our cocoa, the chocolate and so on. We should be able to have a value addition to our things rather than exporting them raw and then start buying from outside. When are we going to love our own selves, be brave enough to confront the food soldiers and tell them Nigeria first?
All right, Nigeria first. And
again, it is frustrating for the security to perform. Because security, I was listening to Mike Ejiofor much earlier, but only academics who could tell that politicians will not be able to say those things the way they are, in that we take Nigerians for granted.
Well,
I'm just saying, I challenge federal government to show Nigerians that our own soldiers are holding the same modern equipment that insurgents are holding.
Professor,
they are well paid, and that pay package was enough for them for their welfare.
Yeah,
to
Professor.
Eat enough.
Professor, I have few minutes with you. I know you're very passionate about security matters and all. I would definitely make a date with you again to come discuss, on that, as well as cocoa and maybe the granite pyramids in Kano those days, But hey, I want us to talk about one of the stories that just broke, talking about the FISC Act. Now, this is a story that's been reported by the Vanguard, and it is still under investigation. But I have, clips from Vanguard. Let's quickly take a look at hashtag FISC Act. Let's take a look at the screenshots now. Professor, tell me what you think, because there's going to be a 300% tariff fine, an increase in fines. In fact, this is it. Vanguard says FRSC Act. Senate raises traffic fines. I beg your pardon, not a tariff. Traffic fines by 300%. There is more. Let's take a look at the next one.
Yes,
And
I
then
know the
just,
story.
yeah, hold on. Yeah, just hold on, Professor, just for the sake of the viewer at home. So the Nigerian motorists and commuters will soon pay more for traffic offenses as the Senate has passed amendments to the Federal Road Safety Commission (FRSC) Act, introducing stiffer penalties. Details of the FRSC Act amendment bill obtained by Vanguard on Thursday showed that fines for several offenses were raised up to 300%. The bill also reinforces penalties for offenses including a 50,000 naira fine for preaching or selling products inside public vehicles. It's a whole lot, but Professor, I've got less than 2 minutes. What do you make of this latest development?
I know this one, but I'm not even surprised because within the same week President Tinubu was inaugurated, when he said subsidy gone, I came out and said, please, those Oyobo who are behind you will not even allow Nigeria to develop because they have been trailing Nigeria since independence. Nigeria escaped from going the way of Congo Kinshasa, since that has been now fighting over 100 of armed groups, and that they will never stop blackmailing the leaders, the ministers, the president himself, and so on, into doing one thing that is against the people in terms of policies that will keep impoverishing people, will bring more hardship to the people. As soon as one is implemented, they will ask for another one in terms of levy, tariff increase, inflation, and so on, until Nigeria is plunged into a deep crisis because they are deliberately pushing our leaders to provoke the people of Nigeria to take the laws into their hands, to take to the street and say enough is enough. I'm telling Mr. President, those who listen to us, please tell Mr. President that those who are outsiders are not better than Nigerians who are economists. Most of those who are outsiders and the foot soldiers are working for outsiders because they are handsomely paid. And therefore, please do not go ahead and implement, because Nigerians are already groaning, suffering from the withdrawal of subsidy, from fuel, from electricity, from excessive taxes, one tax or another, and it will never stop,
Professor,
until something negative comes. And therefore, the press of Nigeria, don't overlook it. The press will take over, or something nasty may happen, and we don't want this thing to happen for Nigerians to take to the street.
Yes.
It will be in the basis of strikes, protests, and so on, because Nigerians are tired, fed up, and sick of all these anti-policies, anti-people's policies being dictated by IMF and World Bank.
Professor,
and
let me come in
Mr. President, federal government, show us one example of advice from IMF and World Bank that has worked in Africa. One. They have not produced any.
Professor,
yes, please.
You have been fantastic, but this is the much we can take. But what I hear you say is that this particular reform, or whatever it is called, shouldn't be implemented because it is anti-people, is what I hear you say.
Exactly.
All right.
Stop it. Just
stop it.
All
is what
of
you're
them
saying.
are voodoo economy.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Tikwa. You have been amazing as usual. I hope to see you very soon and not too long from now. But thank you for honoring our invitation again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, but you know that I look younger today, right?
You look younger. I mean, you look like you're in your okay, don't mind. Let me not say it. But thank you. You look amazing. Thank you so much, Professor. So I have been speaking with the professor who has a sense of humor. He is the Dean Bruno Elders Forum, Professor Khalifa Dikwa. Prior to that, I spoke with the former DSS Director, Mike Ejiofor. This is the much we can do for today. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. Big ups to my colleague, David Taylor. Thank you so much for all you do. And to everyone who contributed to making the show a success, thank you. But a bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date again with us for another edition of Hashtag Same Time, Same Station. Until then, I am Vivian Uguche. Bye for now.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the home
television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. For begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Appeal Court upholds INEC 2027 guidelines.
Gbajabiamila sues Adeyemi over alleged defamation.
Achimogo loses billion naira assets to federal government.
Also, Fashino confirmed as ambassador amid harassment claims.
Senate proposes 50,000 naira fine for bus preaching and hawking.
APM demands Umahi's suspension and independent probe.
On a foreign scene, protests erupt after Zelensky removes defense minister.
While in business news, SEC launches unclaimed dividends campaign.
In sport, UK PM urges FIFA to probe Argentina's Falklands banner.
While in the world of entertainment, Hank Sanuku appears with his children.
Now the news in details. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has upheld the Independent National Electoral Commission's guidelines for the 2027 general election. In a unanimous judgment, the court set aside a May 20 ruling by the Federal High Court that nullified the guidelines. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Adebukola Banjoko held that the Youth Party lacks the legal standing to challenge the guidelines. The court ruled that the party failed to show how the guidelines affected its members' primary election or the submission of its candidate for the 2027 polls. The three-member panel also held that the Federal High Court erred in nullifying the guidelines on the grounds that it violated provisions of the Electoral Act. INEC had appealed the ruling, arguing that the suit was hypothetical and academic, and that it was denied a fair hearing.
Well, turning to a story we've been following, Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, has sued Adeyemi Director General of the controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, over alleged defamation. In the suit filed before a Federal Capital Territory High Court, Gbajabiamila is seeking 10 billion naira in general damages, 5 billion naira in aggravated damages, 200 million naira as legal costs, and an order compelling Adeyemi to publish a retraction and apology in 5 national newspapers. The suit follows allegations made by Adeyemi accusing Gbajabiamila of murder, bribery, and attempts to use security agencies against him. Adeyemi had alleged that Gbajabiamila collected 400 million naira through a proxy for an appointment letter into the agency, which the presidency has since disowned. In a statement of claim, Gbajabiamila denied the allegations, describing them as false, baseless, malicious, and without evidence. His lawyers had earlier demanded the removal of videos containing the allegations alongside a public retraction and apology.
This next report says an Abuja High Court sitting in Akpo has ordered the final forfeiture of assets worth billions of naira linked to businesswoman Aisha Achimogo to the federal government. The forfeited assets include jewelry valued at 4.645 billion naira, 11 exotic vehicles worth 4.293 billion naira, 50,000 US dollars in cash, and 30 million naira. Justice Jude Onwumweze granted the order after ruling on an application by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission seeking the final forfeiture of the assets. The court held that the assets, including luxury items and cash, permanently forfeited to the federal government.
Still legal matters, the Federal High Court in Abuja has issued a final warning to the African Action Congress's 2023 presidential candidate, Omoyele Sowore, over repeated delays in his criminal defamation trial. Trial Judge Justice Mohammed Umar warned that the court would close the defense if Sowore or his counsel failed to proceed at the next hearing. The warning followed the absence of Showare's lead counsel, Olumide Fushika, from the proceedings. Showare's lawyer, Marshal Abubakar, told the court that Fushika was still abroad attending to a family matter and requested another adjournment. Counsel for the Department of State Services, Akinolu Kehinde, opposed the request, arguing that the defense had repeatedly delayed the trial despite an earlier order for accelerated hearing. Ruling on the application, Justice Omar granted what he described as a final adjournment, warning that the defense would be deemed closed if it failed to proceed at the next hearing. The case was adjourned until July 22 for the continuation of the defense.
Away from legal matters, the Senate has confirmed the nomination of Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashino, former Vice-Chancellor of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti, as a non-carrier ambassador, despite debate over allegations of sexual harassment and abuse of office. The confirmation followed extensive deliberations, with lawmakers divided over the implications of approving the nomination, while a court matter remains unresolved. Leading the opposition, Senator Cyril Fashoyi, whose senatorial district holds the university, argued that confirming Fashino's nomination would send the wrong message to the people of Ekiti and Oye Ekiti. Senator Adams Oshiomhole also cautioned the Senate against appearing insensitive to issues affecting women.
And it's of public knowledge that this gentleman, Nigeria women, have drawn the attention of this Senate that the professor in question has been accused by 2 women, not just orally, and these issues are pending before different courts. And I think the general view is that nobody is saying he's guilty. He's presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. But as a matter of sensitivity, a man who faces cases like that, for the Senate to endorse him, we are much to being insensitive to the feelings of women.
Senator Adamu Aliero, citing Order 52, subsection 5 of the Senate Standing Orders, argued the lawmakers should not debate matters before a competent court.
Mr. President, point of order I want to raise is 52(5). Reference shall not be made to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as it might, in the opinion of the President of the Senate, prejudice the interests of the parties therein. Mr. President, this matter is before the competent court of jurisdiction.
Abdul Ningi said the nomination was thoroughly reviewed before the report is submitted.
This is a parliament with a committee system. When this matter was brought before the Senate, it was referred to a committee. And here we are. The committee has submitted its reports. The person who seems to be uncomfortable with the report is Cyril, who had signed, he is number 12. They signed? He had signed the report. He had signed the report. He is number 12. Secondly, Mr. President, please, my colleagues, this is the highest law-making chamber. We should not take undue advantage of our position as senators. This is a very sensitive matter that touches not only on the person, but his loved ones, members of the family, members of the Nigerian community. And this is somebody that we're sending to somewhere to represent the country. When a person comes before a committee, the committee doesn't go out of its constitutional jurisdiction or the Senate rules. The Senate rules and the Constitution permit the committee to evaluate your mental ability, your educational qualification, whether or not you've been convicted. These are the scenarios that the committee goes on to ask questions. The committee is not permitted to ask how many wives you have. Have you been divorced? How many girlfriends do you have? This is not within the purview of the committee. So if there are allegations outside this purview, then it is not the business of a parliamentarian to bring this matter up for discussion.
Senate President Godswill Akpabio ruled that under the Constitution, every citizen is presumed innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction.
Now, still with the Red Chamber, the Senate has passed the Federal Road Safety Code Amendment Bill 2026, proposing a 50,000 naira fine for anyone convicted of hawking, trading, or preaching inside commercial vehicles. The bill, which awaits presidential assent, also prescribes a 50,000 naira fine, 6 months imprisonment or both, for motorists who refuse to cooperate with FRSC officials during roadside breath tests conducted on reasonable suspicion. The amended law increases penalties for several traffic offenses as part of efforts to improve road safety and reduce crashes. Under the proposed legislation, offenders convicted of hawking, trading, or preaching in commercial vehicles will face a 50,000 naira fine, a measure lawmakers say is aimed at reducing distractions for commuters. The bill also raises the penalty for driving under the influence of alcohol or intoxicating drugs from 5,000 naira to 100,000 naira, with offenders liable to up to 2 years imprisonment or both. Other increased penalties include 100,000 naira fines for disobeying traffic signs, violating speed limits, and reckless driving, which may also attract up to 2 years imprisonment.
The Senate Committee on Finance has raised concerns over the rising cost of medicines in Nigeria, urging NAFDAC to recommend measures to make drugs more affordable. The committee made the call during an investigative hearing on the remittance of internally generated revenue and operating surplus into the Consolidated Revenue Fund from 2023 to 2025. Committee Chairman Sani Musa said the high cost of pharmaceuticals remains a major concern, adding that the government may need to review fiscal policies affecting local drug manufacturers.
If you look at what is happening today, especially doing with the cost of drugs in this country are still very high. So the only area you can look at is to tell the manufacturers is either we increase their duty excise or their levy, or they should maintain with it operational level that you can be able to function very well. You can advise us as a committee. We can look at that. We have done that with Custom and Excise Act in the area of sugar. On the basis of held ground, we did something that increased the levy on sugar, on all these, what do you call these drinks? Sugary, carbonated drinks. So you can as well look at it very well and advise. But so far so good. I don't think there is much, again, we want to ask. Okay, please go ahead.
Presenting its financial records, NAFDAC said it generated 18.73 billion naira in 2023, 29.85 billion naira in 2024, and 39.6 billion naira in 2025, showing steady growth in internally generated revenue. The agency's Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, told lawmakers that NAFDAC remitted about 3.9 billion naira in operating surplus between 2007 and 2023 before financial challenges affected its operations.
The IGR was 3.68 billion naira. That is the IGR. And then the user fees, is 18.73. I'm rounding up. I hope that is allowed. 18.73 billion. That is for 2023. In terms of what? Oh, sorry. That is the total. IGR is actually 14.01 billion. So if we add those two together plus ABC together, yes, it comes to 18.73 billion naira.
Well, in another development, the Allied People's Movement has called on President Bola Tinubu to suspend the Minister of Works, David Umahi, and order an independent investigation into the death of physiotherapist Mary Habila. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Abubakar Yusuf, the party said an independent inquiry would help establish the circumstances surrounding Habila's death and demonstrate the government's commitment to accountability. Habila, a staff member of the David Umahi Federal University of Medical Sciences, died on June 27 at accommodation linked to the minister in Ebonyi State. Umahi has backed a forensic autopsy, while his lawyers urged the Ebonyi State Police Command to conduct a comprehensive investigation and a post-mortem examination before releasing the body for burial. The case has continued to attract public attention, with groups and political figures calling for an independent probe, while police investigations remain ongoing. Meanwhile, her bailiff's death her family has approached an Ebonyi State High Court seeking to stop the police-requested autopsy, saying they do not suspect foul play.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has commended the federal government for the rescue of 39 pupils and 5 teachers abducted in Orire local government area of Oyo State, describing it as a major step in protecting children affected by conflict and violence. The commendation came during a courtesy visit by UNICEF delegation led by Executive Director Catherine Russell to First Lady Oluremi Tinubu at the State House in Abuja. Russell praised the Tinubu administration for securing the victims' release, stressing that children affected by conflict require urgent protection and support. She also commended the First Lady's Renewed Hope initiative for prioritizing women and children, describing investment in children as an investment in the nation's future. Responding, the First Lady welcomed the safe return of the abducted pupils and teachers and thanked UNICEF for its continued support. She said meaningful national development depends on sustained investment in children, while acknowledging the challenges posed by insecurity and Nigeria's growing population. The First Lady also identified the rising number of out-of-school children, particularly Amalgiri pupils, as a major concern, saying the government is working to integrate them into formal education through specialized schools and vocational training.
Now, the federal government has released the results of the 2026 National Common Entrance Examination, with 10 candidates emerging as the highest scorers after recording 202 marks each out of a possible 210. The Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Ahmed, announced the results in Abuja after receiving the examination report from the National Examinations Council. Ahmed said 70,357 candidates registered for admission into the country's 80 federal government colleges, while 66,950 sat for the examination conducted on June 6, 2026 across Nigeria, the Benin Republic, and Togo. She said 3,407 candidates were absent, while 82 candidates recorded the lowest score of 1 mark. The minister also announced the results of the Federal Government Academy Suleja entrance examination, where 2,071 candidates registered and 1,876 took part. She said the highest score for the academy admission was 187 marks, while the lowest was 4 marks.
Of the examination was written on Saturday, 6 June 2026 in Nigeria, as well as Benin Republic and Togo. I am pleased to present the following major highlights. Major highlights of the NCCE results are as follows. 60,357 candidates registered for the 2026 NCEE. 56,950 candidates sat for the examination, while 3,407 were absent. Out of the maximum obtainable score of 210, 10 candidates obtained the highest score of 202, while 82 candidates obtained the lowest score of 1. The highlights for the Federal Government Academy, that is Suleja Gifted School examinations, are 2,071 candidates registered for the examination, 1,876 candidates sat for the examination, while 195 candidates were absent. The highest score is 187, that is 89.05% out of the maximum obtainable score of 210, while the lowest is 4. Gentlemen of the press, the admission criteria for selection of qualified candidates into Federal Unity Colleges remain the same. These are 60% merit, 30% equality of stage, and 10% exigency. Now that the results have been released, the Senior Secondary Education Department should ensure that all admission processes are concluded timely and in line with the above criteria.
Earlier, the Registrar of the National Examinations Council, Professor Ibrahim Dantani Wushishi, presented the results of the 2026 National Common Entrance Examination and National Gifted Examination to the minister.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Oladapo Moses. He is the General Secretary, Working People United. Glad to have you join us, Oladapo.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you for having me. It's been a while.
Yes, it's actually been a while. Okay, let's move on to, there's been so much happening in the country. Let's move on to the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which has upheld the Independent National Electoral Commission's guidelines for the 2027 general election. And, in this unanimous judgment, the court set aside a May 20 ruling by the Federal High Court that nullified the guidelines. I'm sure you've been following the story. You know that YP, which is a youth party, actually took this matter to court, and they had a win when the Federal High Court nullified the guidelines. And now we see that the Court of Appeal has actually turned that to the favor of INEC. What do you make of this? Do you think that's a win for INEC, or do you actually like what the turn of events, really?
Okay, thank you for the night. As regards the Court of Appeal and INEC, one thing is sacrosanct, and that is the need for our people to understand that a lawless scheme or a lawless practice is that which, at the end of the day, return no good for us. If INEC has decided to have a deadline, and the funny thing about INEC is this: before INEC do any major thing, it invites all the political parties where they agree together, have a meeting, and then move on with the plan. So it's just unfortunate that those who are unable to meet up with the plan felt they can now use the court to scatter that process. So because if INEC will be lawless or we have no process to guide them, and then they decided that there should be no deadline for submission, then at the end of the day, we have a chaos. So I think even when the first judgment came from the court, some of us were surprised, because this is not what INEC do at the back door. It's what they do in agreement with all political parties having meeting about it. So it's a good one for INEC, and for orderliness also is a good one, so that everybody should know that the deadline is not as we shouldn't have a process whereby a presidential candidate can still be picked a day to election. That takes us to nowhere. Anybody that wants to do the business of politics should be ready that it is a business, it is an activity that demands seriousness. So that I believe that is fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a safe place to land on that matter. But let's switch some gears now, Oladapo. Our Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, has sued Adeniyi Adeyemi, Director General of the controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, over alleged defamation. Huge amounts of money is involved here. For the Chief of Staff to the President to have done this, you think really he's innocent and that Adeyemi has been actually telling lies? What do you make of this?
Well, to be guided, I will not want to tell you that the Chief of Staff is innocent. And I will also not want to tell you that Adeyemi is not lying, because, one, the Chief of Staff innocency or building up to this has not been found to have done any of such things in his entire career in this nation. But when you look at Adeyemi's tendencies, from available, unverified, or unproven allegation, he was sacked from Osun State less than 2 months after being appointed as an SSA to the governor of Osun State because of fraud. Because it was alleged that he had a fraud with the South Korea, the embassy, that the governor detected later. So that apart from that, there have been series of fraud, even the fraud that involved the community of him telling them he works with UN and fraud. So based on past tendencies, it is more easier to lean towards the issue that Adeyemi should be the lying one here. But like the Chief of Staff have sued, and the presidency has also raised the ICPC to investigate. I want to believe, because of the political time we have, that a thorough investigation will really make a lot of sense, because the outcome of it, if it's clean, is going to build more positives that had been on the chief of staff before. It will give more confidence, more positive, and more trust on him if it comes out clean as expected. And Adeyemi being a senior alleged fraudster now, need to win. He cannot commit this fraud alone. So that is why a thorough investigation is needed. Because if the chief of staff is not supposed and is not the person responsible for issuing of appointment letter, and Adeyemi is claiming that chief of staff signed his letter, that is one red flag. Then he has confessed that he has never met the chief of staff, even saying that the person that is intermediating between them is late now, and that is even the person that collected 400 million from him. That is to tell you something, that there is possibility that the COS has nothing to do with him. But the most important is that he cannot do this on his own. Number one, if he has gotten a fake letter or he has drafted his own fake appointment letter, he took it to the federal secretariat. Some people saw it. And we expect them as a civil servant or civil servant, yes, to do due diligence by ensuring that there should be a place to track this letter. Then, aren't they aware that chief of staff cannot sign an appointment letter? If they are not aware and their level of service in that ministry, then something is wrong, something needs to be queried. So I believe that if this is thoroughly checked, a lot of people will be in connivance with him, and Nigeria need to know them.
Well, Ladapo, before my colleague comes in, you talked about Adeyemi's, his reputation in Osun State. It was about a forgery of signature. So you said that he's known to be a fraudster. But let's talk about the chief of staff. Before he came to Nigeria, he was based in the US. He was a barrister. He was disbarred. And then he came to Nigeria. Omoyele Sowore, the publisher of Sahara Reporter, said he was the one that really publicized this story, and that the chief of staff then, who was based in America, had defrauded a client. And it was a huge scandal. And that was why he had to leave America. So these both men too have got, I'm saying they've got issues, when it comes to their past. So would you say really, based on the chief of staff's antecedent as well, that he must be investigated as well?
Well, that is neither here nor there, because I have not taken my time to look at that story, because one thing we have to be careful is that my good friend Omoyele Sowore most times alleges without proving. So I am not aware that that case that you mentioned against the present chief of staff was proven and convicted at the law court. So which I think is a good one for me to still go ahead and check. But I've said it before, that there's a need to thoroughly investigate both parties. But at least knowing the chief of staff in a democratic setting since 1999, there had not been any such blemish, even as a speaker and whatever he has done, that I have known, or that is known to the news. It may be, it may not, but I'm sure there is none at the moment. So the most important thing, like I've said, is that there should be a thorough investigation from all angles. I've said it. And the only thing is that why his angle is a bit, we have to be skeptical, because even the same Adeyemi said he was arrested on the petition of the chief of staff sometimes last year, I think around October, November, December or so. So, and I believe if the chief of staff had issues in this stuff, it would have been easier to call Adeyemi and say, okay, let us bury this, don't let it go out. So, but even the chief of staff himself is the one that blows this nail out by arresting the same Adeyemi and even getting the police to pick him and arraign him in court. So I believe that with time, we should get to the root of this matter.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of course, as the matter unfolds, would keep bringing it to our viewers. Thank you very much, Oladapo, for being a part of the news and, of course, for responding intelligently.
Thank you so much for having me. Good night.
Been speaking with Oladapo Moses. He is the General Secretary of the Working People United. Moving on in the news, the National Population Commission has launched a nationwide electronic civil registration and vital statistics system aimed at ending decades of manual registration of birth and death. The digital platform, which took effect on July 1, 2026, introduces an electronic vital registration system across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The reform marks a major step in modernizing Nigeria's civil registration process. Our correspondent, Ferdinand Igba, reports.
Well, apologies for our inability to bring you that report. We'll do so subsequently. Let's take you to Delta, where the State Police Command has arrested content creator Ifeanyi Ogbonna, popularly known as Odogu of Asaba, over the alleged rape of a 20-year-old woman who later died. Police said the woman traveled to Asaba after the suspect allegedly invited her with a promise to train her in content creation. She later reported the alleged rape to her family before reportedly taking a toxic substance which led to her death. Rhoda Johnny has more for us.
State Command has arrested popular content creator Ifeanyi Ogbonna, popularly known as Odogu of Asaba, over the alleged rape of 20-year-old Favour Agbaru, who later died. Police said Favour traveled to Asaba on June 1, 2026, following an invitation from the suspect, who allegedly offered to train her in content creation. According to the police, the suspect allegedly took Favour to a hotel where she was assaulted. She later returned home and reported the incident to her parents. The police said she also made a video recounting her experience and the emotional distress she faced afterwards.
Everyone here, my name is Favour from Warri. This will be the last video of me, the whole world. Last video of me, the whole world will be seeing. By the time you will be seeing this video, I'm already dead. And the cause of my death is Odogu Asaba.
The command said Favour later took a toxic substance and was rushed for medical attention but died despite efforts to save her life. Following a petition received by the command, the Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniye, directed an immediate investigation which led to the arrest of the suspect. Police said investigations are ongoing to establish the full circumstances surrounding the case. Rhoda Johnny, Voptv News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. And now to the foreign scene. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky's surprise decision to remove Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov has sparked protests across the country. On Thursday, crowds made up mostly of young people gathered in Kyiv and other cities. Later in the day, Zelensky nominated Major General Yevgeny Kamara as acting defense minister. Kamara currently serves as acting head of Ukraine's security service. Zelensky said Kamara brings extensive and in many respects unprecedented experience in technological combat operations. Reports had linked the reshuffle to tensions between Fedorov and Commander-in-Chief Alexander Syrsky. Both Fedorov and Zelensky have since all but confirmed that was the reason for the shakeup.
While still on the foreign scene, Polish prosecutors have charged an 18-year-old Ukrainian with carrying out acts of sabotage on behalf of Russian intelligence. The The suspect, identified only as Ilya K. under Polish privacy laws, faces 47 charges. Prosecutors say the alleged offenses were committed between November 2024 and his arrest in August 2025. The charges include desecrating memorials to Polish victims of the Ukrainian insurgent army. The UPA was responsible for the killings of tens of thousands of Poles during World War II in what is known as the Wojna massacre. Poland's internal security agency said the acts were intended to incite ethnic tensions between Poland and Ukraine. Prosecutors said the suspect acted for financial gain rather than ideology, adding that most of the alleged offenses were carried out for the benefit of foreign intelligence.
Still on the foreign scene, the former head of Italy's main motorway operator has been sentenced to 12 years in prison over the 2018 collapse of Genoa's Morandi Bridge. Giovanni Castellucci was convicted alongside 56 other defendants. 43 people died when the bridge collapsed during a rainstorm. Castellucci is already serving a prison sentence for a separate road disaster, while another senior official was sentenced to 11 years. Relatives of the victims welcomed the verdict, describing the sentences as appropriate.
While in business news, Securities and Exchange Commission has launched a nationwide awareness campaign to help Nigerians recover unclaimed dividends and other capital market funds. The campaign began with a town hall meeting in Lagos to educate investors on unclaimed funds, the role of the National Investor Protection Fund, and the process for verifying and recovering legitimate claims. Speaking at the event, SEC Director General Emomitimi Agama said the initiative is aimed at ensuring investors recover funds due to them. Represented by Hafsat Rufai, Director of Registration and Exchanges, Agama said the unclaimed funds include refunds from public offers, merger and acquisition transactions, corporate restructuring, and other investor funds held by the National Investor Protection Fund. He added that the Commission will use electronic and social media platforms, its website, and other channels to expand the campaign, while regularly updating the list of companies linked to unclaimed funds. Also speaking, Lagos State Ministry of Justice official Olukoje commended the SEC for extending the campaign to the state. Representing the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Lawal Pedro, she said legal institutions have a key role in involving or resolving issues relating to unclaimed dividends and other inherited assets.
Still in business, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has unveiled a biometric facial recognition system known as VPass to improve passenger processing at domestic airports. FAN announced the development in a statement posted on its official X account. The rollout follows federal government's approval of the biometric identity verification system to close gaps in passenger identification and strengthen airport security. FAN said passengers will only need to complete a one-time enrollment before using VPass for future travel, enabling automated identity verification through facial recognition. Authorities said the platform complies with the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation and was developed with data privacy as a priority. It added that details of public sensitization and the nationwide rollout will be announced in due course.
Well, in sports news, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called on FIFA to investigate Argentina over a banner displayed by its players after their World Cup semi-final victory over England. After Argentina's 2-1 win, players celebrated with a banner reading La Malvinas son Argentinas, Spanish for the Malvinas are Argentine. The Malvinas, known in Britain as the Falkland Islands, are a British overseas territory claimed by Argentina. Through a spokesperson, Starmer backed calls for a FIFA investigation into whether the display breached rules and political demonstrations, insisting that politics should stay out of football. Several Argentine players, including Giovanni Lo Celso, Lisandro Martinez, as well as others, were seen holding the banner on the pitch after the match. It remains unclear whether the banner was brought into the stadium by the players or handed to them by supporters.
Last week, the G7, and thank you again, Emmanuel, for hosting a successful G7, where we pledged our unwavering support to.
Meanwhile, Spain's Lamine Yamal and Pedro Porro trained separately from the squad on Thursday as the team began preparations in New Jersey for Sunday's World Cup final against Argentina. The Spanish Football Federation said both players are expected to be available for the match, adding that their separate training was a precautionary measure due to workload management. The rest of the squad completed a media open training session without incident, with players relaxed despite humid conditions and temperatures around 30 degrees Celsius. Spain have 3 days to adapt to the heat and humidity before facing Argentina in only their second outdoor match of the tournament.
Well, in entertainment news, veteran Nollywood actor Hank Sanuku has appeared in a new video with his son and daughter weeks after a viral street clip sparked concerns about his well-being. In the video, Anuku introduced his son as a US-based basketball player. The latest appearance has drawn mixed reactions from social media users, with some expressing relief at seeing the actor looking composed and spending time with his children. Others questioned the timing of the video, citing differences between the latest footage and the earlier viral clip. Anuku has previously spoken about personal struggles and addressed rumors concerning his mental health, while denying allegations of hard drug use. Nigerians online continue to call for support for the actor amid ongoing discussions about his recent public appearances.
Elsewhere in the world of entertainment, the Kano State Hisbah Board has banned the mobile movie download business across the state. The board's Deputy Commander General Mujahid Aminuddin said the ban aims to protect young people from moral decline and cap the spread of harmful content. He said the board received complaints that some operators were distributing videos with negative influences on children and youth. Investigations, he added, revealed that some operators were using the business to distribute pornographic and other materials considered offensive to Islamic teachings, cultural values, and public morality. Aminuddin urged those affected to seek other lawful means of livelihood. He said Hisbah personnel have been deployed to enforce the directive, warning that violators will face legal action under Kano State laws.
Well, it's a wrap for us on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Bye for now.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that